Sound. Assembly chamber. 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 Sound.
Please be seated. First item on order of papers today is member statements. I call action ready.
I just want to say a cogorgeous more to everyone at Nivo on Cumberland Castlereagh on bringing the Adjournment Senior Hurling Championship back to the White Rock Road in West Belfast after a 52-year wait. An incredible achievement for the players, the management and every single person who is connected to the club. And of course we know that wins like this don't happen overnight and they don't come out of thin air. It's the result of years of behind-the-scenes work from generations of Nivo and Gaels. Those who trained on a wet night, stood on the sideline or lifted a hurl for the club has played their part in this win. And Nivo, unlike all GAA clubs, is more than bricks and mortar. It's a family and a cornerstone of our community. And as a proud member of Niamh Paul, I'm acutely aware of that. From the volunteers and coaches, the baby mentals, mothers and others, social teams, right through to senior level for boys and girls, the GAA plays such a vital role in the lives of so many people. And what's even more special about Sunday's win is the legacy that it will leave behind to the next generation of young hurlers and camogues coming up through the ranks. They'll look at this team and they'll know that through hard work, belief, resilience, that anything is possible. So my Shivakarja Kugarjas, and I just want to end by wishing the team every success going forward in their Ulster campaign. Just to say that the whole community, the White Rock Road in West Belfast, is behind you, my Shiv.
Keith Buchanan.
I rise today to express my deep concern and unequivocal condemnation of a recent event held in South East Fermanagh that sought to commemorate Jim Lena, a man whose legacy is steeped in violence, terror and murder. Let me be absolutely clear, there is nothing thought-provoking about the campaign of destruction he orchestrated. His actions were not political discourse. They were calculated acts of terror designed to instill fear and inflict suffering. Jim Lena was not a freedom fighter, he was an architect of terror. Before being killed by the SAS in Loughgall ambush, he helped plan a brutal bombing attack on a police station, part of a wider campaign to destabilise and murder. His legacy is one of bloodshed, not bravery. For any right-thinking person, reflection must not centre on the perpetrator, but on the innocent victims whose lives were stolen. We must remember the people who went to work, who protected their communities, who simply went about their daily lives and never returned home because of Lenas's campaign of terror. These are the individuals who deserve our remembrance and our respect. It is beyond belief that such an event could be hosted on the grounds of a former school, a place once dedicated to learning, growth and community. To purpose such a place for the glorification of terrorism is not only deeply offensive, it is a betrayal of the values that bind us together. No matter where such events are held, we must be vocal and unequivocal. No terrorist should ever be celebrated. The organisers of this commemoration have inflicted renewed pain on a community still scared by the ethnic cleansing of Protestant people. Their decision to hold this event in South East Fermanagh or anywhere is not just insensitive but simply wrong. It speaks volumes about their disregard for reconciliation, for healing and for basic human decency. Let us reject the glorification of violence and let us ensure that history remembers the truth, the actual truth, not a revisionist fantasy that seeks to sanitise terror. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conor Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to welcome the Housing Executive's first ever Domestic Abuse Awareness Week. Its aim is vital: to raise awareness of the connection between domestic abuse and homelessness, to highlight the support services available to those experiencing domestic abuse, and to echo the message that I'm sure all of us across this chamber agree on. Home should mean safe. Data released last month revealed that from July 2024 to June 2025, there was 29,740 domestic abuse incidents reported in Northern Ireland. That's 15 per 1,000 in our population. The Housing Executive also shared last December that they helped over 1,000 households per year who presented as homeless due to domestic abuse. Even with these startling figures, we know that these numbers are not a true reflection of the scale of domestic abuse in our communities. So many victims and survivors refuse to come forward out of shame or for fear of their own safety. It is an inescapable fact that domestic violence has permeated the fabric of our society, whether it be physical, psychological or financial abuse, coercive control, sexual violence or any other intimidation or threat. The Housing Executive have organised various opportunities for people to come together and reflect on the victims of violence and survivors that have suffered. This included a candlelit vigil last night in Lisburn, which my colleagues attended, a panel to reflect on the impact of domestic abuse in our society, and the Housing Executive's progress on initiatives like their Sanctuary scheme. Abuse can be experienced by anyone, no matter their gender, and in a range of different types of relationships and circumstances. And in many cases, support services like Women's Aid, Nexus and Men's Advisory Project are left to pick up the pieces. There has been real momentum behind the campaign to connect homelessness and domestic abuse in the last year. In March, I had the opportunity to attend a legislative theatre on homelessness and domestic abuse, a unique opportunity to listen to the lived experience of those who have found safety and support in the system, but also those who feel that they have been failed. This was a powerful way of connecting policymakers, support organisations and victims and survivors to collaborate, share ideas and take forward actions to improve services. Everyone across society has a role to play in tackling domestic and sexual abuse. It's vital that we all step up to the plate. I look forward to learning about how this inaugural Domestic Abuse Awareness Week Northern Ireland progresses and reiterate the essential message: home should mean safe.
John Stewart.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, this week marks the official launch of the 2025 Poppy Appeal by the Royal British Legion, a campaign that holds a very special place in the hearts of people right across Northern Ireland and indeed in the entire United Kingdom. Each year as we approach Remembrance, the poppy becomes a symbol of remembrance, of gratitude and of our shared commitment to support those who have served and sacrificed for our freedom. Since 1921, Mr Speaker, the Royal British Legion has stood by the armed forces community, providing vital welfare, financial and emotional support to serving personnel, veterans and their families. Whether it's helping someone find a new career after leaving the forces, supporting a family in times of hardship, or offering a listening ear to those who are struggling, the Legion continues to make a profound difference every single day. And Mr Speaker, in East Antrim we are proud to have fortunate to have some of the most dedicated and energetic branches anywhere in the country, and I want to pay tribute to the members, to the committee members and the volunteers from our branches in Larne, Carrickfergus, White Abbey and Whitehead. Their tireless efforts year after year ensure that the Poppy Appeal thrives in local communities, and I'm sure on behalf of all members I can speak to each of the local branches across the country. From organising remembrance parades and coffee mornings to standing in town centres in all kinds of weather, collecting donations, their commitment is nothing short of inspirational. These men and women give freely of their time and energy, not motivated by recognition but by gratitude. Gratitude to those who have served and a desire to ensure that the legacy endures. So, Mr Speaker, as 2025 begins, I want to urge everyone across Northern Ireland to support the local Poppy Appeal. Buy a poppy, attend a fundraising event, volunteer a few hours. Every contribution, large and small, helps the vital work of the British Legion, supporting our veterans and their families. And to finish, as we wear our poppies this year, let's do so not only as a symbol of remembrance, but as a promise that we will never forget the sacrifice and service of those who defended our freedoms, and that we will continue to stand by our veterans and their families. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Cara Hunter.
And I rise today to speak on the important issue of the lack of access to interpreters in our healthcare service for those who are in the deaf community. I recently spoke with a young woman who spoke about how both of her parents are deaf and have struggled profusely to get appropriate access to the NHS and to their local GP. And this really is due to the challenges and the lack of training that we've seen from some of our healthcare workers. She highlighted that this is sadly a common issue across the deaf community and across the north. And she had raised that many times deaf parents have to rely on their children to make important phone calls around things like mortgages, banking issues, and that right across our public sector we really struggle with appropriate email services and ensuring that we're helping reach out to those in the deaf community. And really over the past number of weeks she had highlighted there was one instance where her father was very ill. He has type 2 diabetes. They had rang ahead to the local hospital to ensure that a BSL interpreter was provided, and when they landed at the hospital, sadly they became aware that there was no interpreter, and again this would fall on the shoulders of both children to try and interpret to healthcare staff. So I really think that this is just absolutely unacceptable, and lots of time was given for these arrangements to be made, and sadly it was 3 hours before an interpreter had arrived at the hospital. And for me, I really have to highlight this concern here today as a matter of equality. We all have a right to equal access when it comes to healthcare, and she had also noted that the signposting or awareness or public messaging of BSL interpreters was minimal, and that interpreters for different languages for newcomers to our community was highlighted, but she felt really strongly that BSL and SSE was not adequately signposted or the public messaging was not appropriate. Sadly, following her father attending hospital, she reached out to her GP to try and get things set up there for a BSL interpreter, and they were told they wouldn't know who to call, they wouldn't know who to access, and again it fell on the shoulders of the children to interpret for their parents. I'm asking today that the Health Minister reassess how we go about supporting those in the deaf community when it comes to accessing healthcare, to ensure that each and every citizen, every constituent has an equal right when getting the help that they so rightfully deserve. Thank you.
Declan Kearney.
Oireachtas na Saona is the oldest Irish language event on the island. It will take place from the 29th of October to the 2nd of November in Belfast. Oireachtas na Saona celebrates the Irish language, arts and its traditions. There will be debates, films, workshops and other events during the festival. It's no surprise to me that Belfast was chosen to host this year's festival. Indeed, Belfast is leading the revival of the Irish language. The new agreed Irish language policy from Belfast City Council is a fine example of that leadership. In addition, Belfast has been chosen to host Commertas Pill and Gaeltachta, Conor na Gaelic Ardesh and Flagshaw na Hearn next year. This is another opportunity to illustrate the progress that has been made here in that time. We are expecting thousands of Irish speakers from every part of Ireland and from beyond Ireland will be in Belfast for the festival. The weekend of events is organised by the Oireachtas in collaboration with Belfast City Council, the Department of Communities, tourism agencies and Irish language groups, including Conor na Gaeilge. Among the events will be a debate on the role of Gaels in building a new Ireland, where the important role of Irish speakers in shaping the new Ireland will be discussed. We should take every opportunity to prepare for reunification, the future, and for a new Ireland. In hosting this event, I have no doubt that Belfast will showcase all that it has to offer and will put its best foot forward. We are looking forward to show that this city is at the heart of the language revival. It will show that the Irish language is a language of a rich history and culture, but it is a vibrant and flourishing in our present time, and it will continue to flourish in the future. A language lives by being spoken. I wish the Oireachtas every success in Belfast, and I'm looking forward greatly to participating in the crack, in the entertainment and the culture during that festival. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak on the funding for policing, and for the first time I'm probably not going to blame the Justice Minister for the debacle that's unfolding in front of us at the moment. The first point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is my thoughts are particularly with the men and women who every day put on their uniforms and go out to serve us as a community. And they're caught up in a debacle through no fault of their own. And dare I say, I don't believe it's actually a fault of any of the ministers currently in the executive. I think it's shameful this week where we hear a leaked report. Leaked, I suggest it's probably briefed, coming from the Treasury to suggest that they won't fund or give additional funding to the PSNI. I think it's shameful for the Secretary of State that he's not standing up for the PSNI. Indeed, he enjoys their support every time he flies into Northern Ireland at a whim, and they're there to protect him. They made comments about that these things should have been planned and budgeted for. Well, I say to the Secretary of State, I'm not sure how any minister, whether it be the current minister or any future minister, can plan for things that happened in our past. But I declare an interest as a member of the Northern Ireland Policing Board, and I have an insight to some of the things from the past and the cost those cost in Northern Ireland first. And I talk primarily about legacy. And if the current Secretary of State could quantify what legacy has cost for the formation, since the formation of this Assembly, and give that money alone would bring us out of any difficulty we have with the current funding cycle that we're stuck in. Indeed, then we can look at the current government's immigration policy and the asylum policy, where here had no say in terms of when some in this chamber would support asylum seekers here. They have brought problems, and they have brought unplanned, unforeseen problems for the police in terms of protests and riots, through no fault of this Assembly, but through the fault of the current government and their policies. And of course, planned events, they talked about planned events. No one planned the data breach. The data breach was unforeseen, clearly was not planned, and whatever planet that the Treasury are living on, it must be cloud cuckoo land. Because no one went to work that day to leak the information of all of those officers and their families. It was an accident, it was a mistake, and I can see the member shaking his head. It was a mistake, it's going to cost tens of millions of pounds. Then the Treasury, early indications were they were going to support it, and now they're running away like they do with everything else.
Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, I rise today with a deep sense of frustration and urgency over the continuing delay of dealing with historical clerical child abuse here in Northern Ireland. At the start of the summer, the long-awaited commissioned research into this abuse was submitted to the Executive Office, and I have been contacted by a member of the Survivors Reference Group to say that they are very concerned that a meeting has not yet been convened between the chair of the Interdepartmental Working Group and the First and Deputy First Minister, because the concerns that she raised with me were that 9 of the 10 recommendations associated with that research relate to safeguarding. And I don't think any of us can underestimate how important it is that we get this right going forward. So I have written to the First Minister and Deputy First Minister through their private office to request that this meeting is set up as soon as possible. Mr Speaker, we have seen delays in this place in Northern Ireland around supporting those who have been impacted by historical child abuse. We have seen delays in terms of support for those who went through the mother and baby institutions, and we have to learn from that, because we cannot let down this new cohort of people, the survivors, victims and survivors of historical clerical child abuse. So I hope that the First and Deputy First Minister will convene this meeting, that they will publish this research with the associated recommendations, and that they will bring forward to this Assembly a report, a ministerial statement in terms of how they intend to take this work forward. I will be submitting Assembly questions to this effect this afternoon, but I think that this is something that we need political leadership from the First and Deputy First Minister on. Thank you.
Speaker, I want to talk about Men's Sheds today. Men's Sheds are community initiatives that positively impact the health and well-being of its members, their families and the wider community in which they reside. Men's Sheds promote social connectivity among its members, attention to physical and mental health, spaces to learn and skills share, and provide environments to combat social isolation and loneliness. They are vital for the men who use them. Men's Sheds are set up and run by volunteer members who support each other shoulder to shoulder, directing health information and personal development opportunities to the people that need them most. They provide significant social value, and by supporting one another, this further helps ease the burden and strain on the health service and other care systems and providers. Some of the most successful Men's Sheds in this country are in the North Antrim constituency. These include Harryville Men's Shed, Ballycastle, Clockmills, Portland-Owen, Martinstown, Cullybackey and Ballymoney Men's Sheds. And they are all supported by an organisation called Groundwork NI. And whilst they're based in North Belfast, they actually help support Men's Sheds right across this country. Not only do Men's Sheds offer traditional skills-based activities such as woodworking and now technically advanced processes like laser cutting, as demonstrated by Harryville's Men's Shed, the Men's Sheds in North Antrim have active community engagement programmes that reach directly into the community around them. This includes promoting healthy living, organising health fairs, horticultural sessions and food growing initiatives through their gardening projects and polytunnels. They have established links with organisations and charities to bring further help and awareness in issues such as first aid courses and mental and emotional well-being sessions. The men's sheds that Groundwork NI support provide platforms to collaborate on activities engaging with nature, as well as sports, festivals, heritage, arts and culture, and importantly, fun. It is also important to recognise that men's sheds have become vehicles for change within our society, promoting inclusivity and cross-community action that is often overlooked by us all. Men's sheds in North Antrim survive on the generosity of its members, community donations, small funding opportunities and charities to help them out. Groundwork NI, supported by the Public Health Agency, will continue to support the men's sheds in North Antrim, helping to build and to grow the men's sheds ethos and model to help others. Groundwork NI currently offers developmental training, funding and internal support to over 100 men's sheds in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Union Customs Code defines the legal framework for customs rules and procedures in the EU customs territory. It was introduced across the European Union beginning in 2016 because of its complexities, a transition period originally set for 2020 but now extended out to a final date now of the 31st of December 2025. The revisions of the new Uniform Customs Code will apply to Northern Ireland by the end of the year. These rules are mandatory, as detailed within the Community Customs Code Regulation 2913/92. Mr. Speaker, that's 72 days away. The existing provision of the customs rules, which covers every good within the single market, are not, to put it mildly, well understood by companies in Northern Ireland, or indeed by GB companies trading into this part of the United Kingdom. The extensive reports by Lord Murphy and also by the House of Lords Northern Ireland Scrutiny Committee have made clear that there is limited understanding and knowledge of how the Windsor framework should work. The FSB was much starker. The reality is that the Windsor framework isn't working, even as it currently is. The Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny, for once, decided to be curious about the UCC. And bearing in mind the time available before it was introduced, we asked to speak to the head of our Northern Ireland Bureau in Brussels. We know how important it is for all of Northern Ireland, bearing in mind we're about 2 months out. We were scheduled to speak to him this week. Anybody studying or looking at European trade bodies, think tanks and European parliaments knows how importantly the changes to the UCC is being taken everywhere that the single market applies. Except, Mr. Speaker, here. Because inexplicably the Office of OFM DFM has refused to sign off on the head of our Northern Ireland Bureau to come and speak to us. Our meeting this Thursday has now been cancelled. A meeting to discuss these vital changes. Why? When we complain about being denied information to conduct our own scrutiny in this House, it's beyond acceptable that our own executive thinks it has more information and understanding this House, and particularly about the Windsor Framework. Spoiler alert, members. As the Windsor Framework debacle has shown so far, they don't. Mr. Speaker, 72 days and counting. We're not doing very well on this. Thank you.
David Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, the Audit Office report today on energy strategy is a timely wake-up call for us all and sets out in stark terms, while the ambition is really strong, we're failing to deliver. Today's report highlights what I've been calling an alliance that's been consistently raising. The progress towards the 2030 target remains far too slow, and we need to use this as a stepping stone to the wider 2050 targets. Our goal is to reach 80% renewable electricity by 2030, and importantly, to reduce the overall energy use by 25%. Yet there's no clear line of sight between those targets and the action that's been taken to achieve them. For anyone wanting to remove the targets, give up, or actually peddle a right-wing Trump Farage narrative of anti-net zero, this is about people's lives and livelihoods here. Every family in Northern Ireland has felt the shock of rising energy costs. Every family continues to pay the cost of that every month. Since 2022, bills have more than doubled, and the long-term answer is cheaper, cleaner, homegrown energy that we can control and protects us from volatile energy global markets. Energy security, affordability and climate targets all go hand in hand. And I continue to call for that master development plan to sit alongside the overarching council's local development plans, given direction that will help people and stop people literally paying the price for this. But there are positives and we should build on them. We have the potential to lead on this. We have a community of world-class engineering expertise, and we have an opportunity to create hundreds and thousands of skilled jobs in clean energy, retrofitting, biomethane and within hydrogen. Our north-south interconnector, energy storage, renewable projects can all deliver not only renewable or environmental benefits, but real economic growth, reducing people's costs. And crucially, we have an entrepreneurial business community to deliver this. They just need the support, the direction and the will within this House to give them confidence that we are serious. So my message today is not one of blame, but of urgency to seize the opportunities that are in front of us. Now is the time for us to close the gap, to build public trust and to deliver an energy system that is secure, affordable and sustainable for every household in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to address something that has become all too clear in this House: the complete lack of accountability from those who claim to lead. Yesterday we witnessed two appalling examples. During question time I asked the First Minister a simple question about the Enniskillen Poppy Day massacre. Was Enniskillen an example of mass murder? Among those murdered was a nurse, a teacher, pensioners, ordinary people cut down by the IRA for the crime of remembering the fallen, those who gave their lives for freedom. And yet, the First Minister for all, the person in charge of victims' issues, could not bring herself to say that those men and women were murdered. That is a shameful situation. Then we had the Health Minister's non-response. Moments before coming to this chamber, I read an email from Kerry O'Neill. I watched a video of her lying on the floor of the South West Acute Hospital. I told her I was coming to this chamber to raise her case. The Minister's response wasn't compassion, wasn't one of concern, but the words, "I cannot say anything that will satisfy the member." Kerry heard that response, and her words to that response are this: the response from the Health Minister was disgusting. And indeed, she was right. Whether it is the First Minister dodging the truth about Enniskillen, or the Health Minister dodging in his cold response to a woman who lay on the weekend suffering on the floor of a hospital, the attitude from both was beneath contempt. Stormont's problem isn't a lack of money. It's a lack of honour, a lack of truth, and a complete lack of accountability. I would like to think, upon reflection from the Health Minister, he will contact Kerry directly to offer that dignified response that he should have gave me in this House yesterday, accompanied by a sincere apology. Doesn't matter who the messenger is, the constituent case was raised and deserved a dignified response. I'm disappointed what this House experienced yesterday from both the First Minister and the Health Minister, and how it shines a light how they treat some of us in this House with contempt.
Right, Carl, you have a couple of minutes, Mr. Carl.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. What does it say, Mr. Speaker, about our society that another year, another attempt and a strategy to deny our health and social care workers the pay that they are owed? How many times do health and social care workers need to be strung along by political parties and be told, look, we get it, we're with you, we've got your back, but then budgets are passed again that refuse to include the money set aside for those health and social care workers, but also continues to slash our public sector budgets. In the absence, Mr. Speaker, of their pay forthcoming, health and social care workers are totally correct, are totally justified to take strike action, and the blame shouldn't be placed at the door of their feet for having the temerity, for having the gall to stand up for themselves, for their communities and for future public sector workers across the board. The blame should be placed at the door of this system, this executive that gives rates, handouts to multinational corporations and landlords, whilst telling health and social care workers, sorry, money not available. The last time, Mr. Speaker, there was a political crisis in this place, politicians promised health and social care workers safe staffing legislation and proper fair pay. The executive have categorically failed on both these fronts, and people are right to rail against them. The Health Minister, Mr. Speaker, tells health and social care workers there's no money to pay them, but his department has paid over £400 million to not the independent, to the private health sector. It's a disgrace. So it's time to stop taking advantage of all those working in health and social care. It's time to stop exploiting these workers and avoid paying them offers below inflation and less than other healthcare workers in the south and England, Scotland and Wales. Time to pay the health and social care workers what they're owed and what's due to them. Thank you.
I have received notice from the Minister of Communities who wishes to make a statement. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to make a statement to the Assembly on the enforcement and licensing of houses in multiple occupation. In recent months, there has been an increased focus on HMOs, with concerns raised regarding concentrations of this type of accommodation in certain areas. I am also aware of reports regarding overcrowding and the operation of unlicensed HMOs. The purpose of my statement today is to address these concerns and provide clarity on the licensing regime for HMOs which operate in Northern Ireland and responsibilities for enforcement. Let me first clarify what HMOs are. An HMO is a property or part of a property where 3 or more people from more than 2 households live and share washing or cooking facilities. HMOs are useful in some circumstances, for example when it comes to student accommodation or for those on low income. And indeed, the benefit system presumes that single people under 35 will share accommodation and normally limits housing benefit and universal credit on that basis to a shared accommodation rate. However, we must acknowledge that this type of housing carries higher risks, both in terms of safety and standards, and can have wider community impacts. We must ensure these matters are managed responsibly while maintaining the right balance across our communities, ensuring housing needs are met without creating undue pressure or changing neighbourhood character. Controls on numbers of HMOs are necessary to ensure that any detrimental effects on neighbouring properties or the environmental character and qualities of residential areas are minimised. Unfortunately, it is recognised that over-concentration of HMOs were allowed to develop in some areas in the past, leaving some challenges to be addressed. The Houses in Multiple Occupation Act Northern Ireland 2016 provides councils with a key statutory tool to prevent future over-concentrations of HMOs through the over-provision test. This means that when considering an application for a new HMO, councils must have regard to the number of HMOs already in the locality. Councils should also have their own specific policies about HMO provision and set restrictions on numbers or percentages of HMOs in certain areas. Regrettably, Mr. Speaker, there are many inconsistencies of approach, and some councils have not exercised their powers to the fullest extent when it comes to this legislation. For this reason, today I can confirm that I will be writing to all council chief executives outlining their obligations and my expectations under the current legislation. Councils have powers to investigate, enforce and punish those landlords acting outside the law, and I expect councils to implement their own HMO policies, including setting a limit on the percentage of HMOs in a certain area. Immigration is an accepted matter, and the lead government department with responsibility for legal obligations to asylum seekers across the UK, including accommodation, is the Home Office. Where an individual has been accepted by the Home Office as a refugee and given leave to remain in the UK, in most cases this will bring an entitlement to access public services, including housing assistance, for which my department is responsible in Northern Ireland. And I can confirm that approximately 250 HMOs are currently in use by MERS across Northern Ireland to provide accommodation for asylum seekers and refugees. I have raised concerns on several occasions around the MERS accommodation issues, and I don't plan to rehearse them all again today. It is, however, the case that this system is not working, and current policies are failing communities right across Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. Now, there are higher risks associated with HMOs, and they often have a negative impact on neighbourhoods and the balance of a community. But councils have substantial powers under the Act to manage issues reported with this type of accommodation, including powers to obtain information and enter premises. Councils also have powers to issue fixed penalty notices, fines, and proceed to prosecution if necessary. The most serious offences carry fixed penalties of £5,000 and fines of up to £20,000. Since April 2019 to early September 2025, there have only been 77 fixed penalty notices issued and 2 successful prosecutions for the operation of unlicensed HMOs and 1 successful prosecution for exceeding the licensed occupancy. The operation of the HMO licensing scheme is funded by licence fees paid by landlords, and I am therefore increasing the maximum amount that can be charged for an HMO licence application in order to ensure the adequate resourcing and operation of the licensing scheme. The private rented sector in Northern Ireland is under strain, so it is important that landlords who decide to break the law are held to account. Therefore, Mr Speaker, I can also confirm to the House that I have written to both the Home Office and the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland requesting they extend the right to rent scheme to Northern Ireland. This would ensure that landlords in Northern Ireland also have a legal obligation, as they do in England, to ensure prospective tenants have legal status to reside in the United Kingdom. In closing, Mr Speaker, I've always said I would do what I can with what I have, and today sets out the clear expectations I have of every council in Northern Ireland to ensure they exercise the powers available to them. I've also demonstrated my support by increasing the fees to landlords, which supports councils and the HMO unit to carry out their responsibilities, and I will continue to engage with His Majesty's Government on bringing the right to rent scheme to Northern Ireland. And I would encourage anyone who has concerns or suspicions about unlicensed HMOs or other issues with them to report these to their local council or to the HMO unit for investigation and action. Mr Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Mark Durgan.
Speaker, now I've raised issues around HMOs on several occasions in this chamber, but I have a real concern that this statement infers a hierarchy of HMOs. If they're used for students, they're good. If they're used for immigrants, they're bad. The Minister laments the low number of penalty notice and prosecutions over the past 6 years. Does he accept that adequately resourcing the HMO unit may not be enough in itself to address this issue, given the evidential threshold and definitions that exist within legislation, and that he may have to look at legislative change, or is he content just to pass the buck and pass the blame?
First of all, Mr Speaker, I'm happy to look at any legislative change that may be required, but what I would rather do is that we use the powers that are available to us right now and the powers that are available to councils, because my understanding is, and my feeling from talking to elected representatives and others on the ground, is that they feel that councils aren't taking the appropriate action to deal with the problems that many people are facing. I make no apology whatsoever for making this statement today. I have no apology for setting out the powers and responsibilities that are there, because I can take you to many cases where this is having an impact on people, where it's changing the residential nature and makeup of an area, and it is right that councils put in place policies that actually can ensure that those areas are protected. And whenever people are doing something that is illegal, that action is taken and that fines are used. And it is those fines that will fund the HMO unit that can take out this enforcement action.
And it does appear, Minister, that there are elements of this statement that are scapegoating migrant families. However, the statement's only in, and that will become the evidence for that. will become clearer in due course. But how does the Department intend to balance legitimate demand for affordable shared housing, including for students, low-income workers and refugees, with community concerns about neighbourhood change and safety risks that you're flagging in the statement?
Well, he must be reading a different statement, because I haven't scapegoated anybody at all. What I'm doing is setting out clearly the powers that are there, that are available to councils, and I hope they would use them both in determining HMO applications, but also taking enforcement against those that are there legally and those that are there illegally as well. And those powers are available to deal with those landlords. But look, ultimately, how do we deal with many of the housing issues that we face? We deal with it by building more homes. And I would encourage him to speak to his party colleagues in the executive, because I want to make sure that we can meet our housing targets and our social housing targets. And I hope that his executive colleagues will join with me in ensuring that we have the necessary finance available.
Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement to the House this morning. It's very much welcome. This is a big issue within Northern Ireland, and the housing shortage is certainly a problem which affects every one of us as MLAs in our own constituencies. But could I ask the Minister specifically why some houses of multiple occupation are allowed to operate without proper planning permission?
Well, they shouldn't, of course, be operating without proper planning permission, but I have had a number of reports and various issues have been brought to my attention of this happening, in particular within the Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon Borough Council area. These have now been reported to the Council and are being investigated. HMOs do require planning permission, and if they're operating without that planning permission, then that should be reported to the HMO unit or to your local council and their planning authority, so that we can do what needs to be done to make sure that people are adhering to the law. And if they're not prepared to adhere to the law, that they receive the necessary fine and punishment for that.
John Mahone.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, are you aware of research from the UK government and their own evaluation of the Right to Rent and the Joint Council for the Welfare of Immigrants that shows that the Right to Rent scheme has actually led to racial discrimination against lawful tenants? What analysis has your department undertaken to assess these risks in Northern Ireland in our context before attempting to bring the Right to Rent scheme in here?
So ultimately, that will be for the UK government to bring in and consider all of the evidence that is there. But I take a very simple position on this, which is those who are wanting to rent a property should have the legal right to do so. I don't think that that should be a controversial statement to make. We do this in all different aspects of our lives. We make sure that people are legally entitled to a good or a service before they are able to get that. If there is racial discrimination or any other sort of discrimination, we should use the law to tackle that, but we should not ignore another part of the law. And I think that most people in Northern Ireland and beyond will think that it's perfectly reasonable and credible to say that if you want to rent a property in Northern Ireland, that you have a legal right to be here.
Andy Allen.
Mr. Speaker, in his statement, the Minister mentioned writing to Chief Executives of councils to set out the expectations and obligations placed upon councils through the respective legislation. Can he confirm whether he will share a copy of that correspondence with members so that we are clear as to the position of the Department with councils?
I have largely set out today what it is that I have said within that correspondence, but if the member would like that, I'd be more than happy to share it with him and others, and I will arrange for that to be placed in the Assembly Library.
Concordia. Minister, to what extent have you actually consulted with councils in relation to this problem, and that are you prepared to provide additional resources to council, because just the increase in the actual fee itself, that only does but penalise those probably who already adhere to the law, but those that don't even register, it doesn't impact on them.
So there is additional work that comes with the administration of HMOs, and it's right that those that are benefiting from that pay a contribution towards that, which is why I'm increasing the fee on that. But also there's the ability to get income from penalising those that are acting outside of the law. That's how this will be funded, and I think most people will find it reasonable that the money that comes from those who are operating illegally gets paid back, so that we can continue this work on cracking down on this sort of behaviour.
And Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Minister's statement that he will be writing to Council Chief Executives outlining their obligations under the current legislation. Within local communities, the Minister will be aware there are many cases of negative experiences of HMOs as a cause of antisocial behaviour, in particular excess waste and dumping, noise, nuisance and over-occupation. To which statutory agencies will the Minister be highlighting to councils that residents should report such concerns?
Well, if residents do have concerns in relation to those issues, and that's certainly been my experience as an elected representative, members of the public can report concerns either directly to the Northern Ireland HMO unit, which is based in Belfast City Council, or to their own local authority, so that appropriate action can be taken.
Dixon.
Minister, the vast majority of people who are in HMOs have been given leave to remain if they've been originally asylum seekers. What action are you taking to ensure that those that accommodate them provide them with the best quality and standards of accommodation, bearing in mind that most of these people are highly vulnerable and find it extremely difficult to either articulate or are scared to make their complaints?
Minister.
Well, that is one of the reasons why there is higher standards within HMOs. That is set out in the legislation and within the Act. And landlords are subject to more stringent standards because of the nature of those that may need to use them, and the additional concerns that can come from local residents in those areas as well about the proliferation of HMOs. So that's why higher standards are already in place. Of course, that can be reviewed if necessary.
Deirdre Hoggy.
For your statement, and obviously HMOs have presented issues for well over a decade, particularly in areas like South Belfast and around the Holy Lands, inner city communities. But I am concerned with your framing of the question, looking at one small area, and obviously that's not reflective of what those communities have been raising in terms of concerns. It's been more around the economic system that drives profit in housing over the needs of communities. And I know that landlords are now, because of the restrictions in Belfast Council, for example, around HMOs, are now going to temporary let accommodation. And I want to ask, if you want to build a fair housing system, what more work is being done to address those issues more broadly, to ensure that we can deliver housing no matter your community background, your ethnicity, your religion or your gender? Thank you.
I would say it seems like Sinn Féin have a different statement from the one that I have read out this morning. I've been very clear. There is an issue. There are concerns. I have made it clear to the House today what powers are available to councils to put in place measures to ensure that the right policies are there to determine whether or not an HMO should come into existence in the first place, and if HMOs are there, whether they're legal or illegal, that landlords have responsibilities that are going to be backed up and enforced by the threat of fine if they don't do what they're meant to do. But ultimately, the member is absolutely correct. We do have issues within housing. It's why I am seeking more money from the Finance Minister, and I'm sure that will be forthcoming in due course. It's why we're also looking at other measures about how we can improve housing provision. And of course, I am taking forward the measures that were put into the previous Private Tenancies Act as well, which the member will be very familiar with, and that work will continue.
Jonathan Buckley. Mr Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Minister for taking action in this regard. And despite what Sinn Féin, the SDLP and the Alliance think, there is a hierarchy of housing access in Northern Ireland, quite often working against local people. So what I'd say to the Minister, he knows the issue in relation to the concentration of HMOs has caused in my own community, in Portadown, where a proliferation has changed the character of the very town in which I live. But one of the bigger issues is the dispersal rates, Belfast being the second highest in the entire UK of dispersing asylum seekers from hotels into accommodation. Would the Minister agree with me that those that have concern are not far right or racist, and indeed this issue has caused and added to housing stress within Northern Ireland?
Well, I do agree with the member, and there are others around this chamber that continue to bury their head in the sand and say that the UK government's policy in terms of housing and immigration hasn't had an impact on housing here in Northern Ireland. Of course it has, and this government and the previous government have accelerated the rate of their decision making in terms of right to leave applications, and that goes from it being a responsibility of the UK government to being a responsibility for the housing executive and ultimately for my department. It's one of the reasons why we have seen that increase in temporary accommodation and additional housing stress. And I'm hearing tuts from around the chamber, but this is not opinion, this is fact. It is having an impact, and it's why we need to take this issue seriously. It is not the only issue, of course it is not, but does it contribute? Absolutely.
John Stewart.
I thank the Minister for the statement today. I'm sure the Minister will agree with me about the common sense decision taken by Mid and East Antrim Council and Planning Committee last week in response to the application in Larne. The Minister, there does seem to be a different approach, both taken by planning committees and planning officers across the country. How concerned are you about this different approach that is being taken and that different interpretation, and what more can be done to apply consistency to these applications?
Well, that's one of the reasons why I brought forward the statement today, and why I've written to the Council Chief Executive so that they are aware of the powers that they have available to them. Some councils in their local development plans don't have any provision there at all for HMOs. I do think it was the right decision that was taken by that council last week, and of course there will be different approaches. That's up to local councils to decide based on the area, based on the particular circumstances in an area or even on a street. So it should be right that councils have the ability to take their own decisions in accordance with what is right in the area. My concern is that there's an inconsistency in that there are sometimes no policies in place whatsoever, and that's what councils should seek to rectify.
Stephen Dunn. Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for this statement. As my other colleague had just mentioned about the planning decision taken by BID in East Antrim, but with that decision there was overwhelming concern from the community. Minister, how are communities' feelings and their concerns about HMOs being taken into consideration, particularly in situations where they're very sensitive areas and residents are extremely concerned about how this will change their future moving forward?
Well, absolutely. I think it's right that councils do take into consideration the views of local people in terms of the proliferation of HMOs in certain streets or more widely in areas. That's why I think it's important that councils have those policies in place and that they adhere to those policies as part of the planning process. And of course it is absolutely legitimate for people to raise those concerns, for people to say, I have concerns about what this is going to do to the residential nature of this area, that it's transforming it from a family area into more HMO based accommodation, or a number of other issues that exist in terms of wastewater provision or parking issues, which I know were particularly pertinent in the example that she quotes from our own constituency. That's why I think it is important that councils do this work, put these policies in place, and ensure that local people have their own say.
Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement. So you referenced in your statement around the Houses and Multiple Occupation Act from 2016, and that you're going to write to the councils to outline their obligations. Minister, I think that the council officers will know exactly what their obligations are, and I have been working very closely with the residents in the Holy Land, for example, over many years, and they feel that the legislation is not fit for purpose. Will you undertake a wider review of the legislation in terms of its whether it is fit for purpose, and do a proper consultation with those people who are impacted, who may feel that their community is changing? Thank you.
To me, that some people don't understand what their responsibilities are. Secondly, there's never any harm of reminding people, and for telling this House as well, because I've received numerous Assembly questions in relation to this issue, and not everybody has been clear about what those rules are. As I said in answer to a previous question, we will be happy to look at the legislation if additional legislation is required. There was a review done in 2021 of the Act, but I think it's important that people use the powers that are actually available to them and make sure that local people have their say.
Justin McNulty.
I thank the Minister for his statements. Further to a previous question, the Minister refers to inconsistencies of approach across councils in relation to HMO provision. Can he be more forthcoming? Where does it well and where does it wrong? And what are the policies that need to be put in place?
I'm happy to repeat for the members' benefit that there is an inconsistency of approach, especially in terms of local development plans, that some councils have those in place and some do not. And it would be appropriate, I think, for councils to be very, very clear within those plans about what is acceptable in terms of HMOs and what additional measures need to be in place in order for HMOs to get the necessary approval and consent. So that's where I see the inconsistency of approach.
Guy Middleton.
Minister for his leadership on this issue. Minister, people are looking to this party on these matters, whilst others have been silent for many years. Minister, in my constituency in Foyle, we have concerns around HMOs and how landlords are managing some of these properties. Minister, what is your assessment in terms of whether landlords are meeting the required standards in terms of fire, safety and maintenance?
Well, I need to be clear with the House that all HMO properties are subject to a physical inspection as part of the application for a licence to ensure the property meets the required standards of space, safety and facilities for the number of occupants. Inspections are also carried out when a licence renewal application is made and if any reports of potential breaches of a licence are made. But those reports need to be made. We can only take action, or councils and the HMO unit can only take action if we have those reports. So I would encourage people, if they have concerns, to get in contact with their local authority, because I know there are concerns, and it's important, and in part again in answer to one of the previous questions, it is important that we highlight what powers are available, what sanctions are available, and that we take this issue seriously. That we don't think that landlords should be breaking the law, and that we say that it is right that things are done legally up to the standards required, and if people think that they can step outside of what is required of them under the law, that there is sufficient punishment for them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will be aware of the increasing anti-immigrant narrative in Northern Ireland, and I wonder what assessment he has given in making this statement and how it feeds into it, and in fact how he reconciles that with Christian values, particularly when Jesus commanded to welcome strangers and treat those with least with compassion.
Well, first of all, let me say that this is not anti-immigrant. This is anti-landlords that are willing to take advantage of those. This is not about those who are housed within HMOs. The responsibility lies with those who are actually taking advantage often of people and doing what they should not do. So I don't make any apology for wanting to make sure that the law is upheld, that those that are in breach of the law are dealt with. I think it is right that we take this approach, that we highlight the powers that are available as well. And look, in reference to her other comment, I think that it is right that we're seeking to uphold the law. And I think that that is also a Christian principle, and I'm more than happy if she would like to have a further conversation with her on that. I'd be more than happy to talk through some of the theology on this as well.
Firstly, it's a good day because it once again exposes those in this House
who have no concern for the genuine issues that HMOs cause right across Northern Ireland. It's also a good day for my constituency in North Belfast, parts of which, Mr. Speaker, are being destroyed by HMOs. Would the Minister agree with me that it's working class communities, particularly in inner city areas, that bear the brunt of the negative impacts of HMOs? And had they been erected in more salubrious areas, which more people in this House seem to be interested in, they would soon be knocking on your door to have taken action?
Yes, that is absolutely the case, and it is often working class communities that bear the brunt of many of these issues time and time again. I have to say, I am a little bit frustrated with the approach of some people in this House today, because I'm bringing forward what is a very reasonable statement, setting out that people should adhere to the law, setting out that there should be policies in place that ensure a consistency of approach across Northern Ireland when it comes to determining whether an HMO should be in place or not, and saying that those that are causing issues, those that are breaking the law or are not adhering to the licence that they have, should be dealt with. Because there are real life implications here. Sometimes those are implications for the people that are living within the HMOs. Sometimes those are implications for people that are living around the HMOs. And I think it's entirely reasonable and proportionate that we set out what the law says and what we're going to do to enforce the law. And a lot of people in here seem to have a problem with that today.
Robbie Butler.
Irregularities and planning irregularities and inconsistencies, as you've pointed out, Minister, are long held across councils. And you've rightly pointed out the powers that exist with councils. Can the Minister outline what powers he has or what powers he might take if councils don't react to his letter?
Well, I have power for the policy and legislation in regards to this issue. It does largely lie with councils and the HMO unit in Belfast City Council in particular to do that, but if we get to the stage where councils are not using those powers, or if additional powers are required under legislation, that is something that can be looked at.
Sir, if he can provide any further detail on the right to rent scheme, and has he had any response from the Secretary of State or Home Office since my question on this issue last week?
So the Right to Rent scheme is a UK government scheme that requires landlords and letting agents in England to check that tenants have the legal right to live in the UK before renting a property. And to comply, landlords must verify a tenant's immigration status and right to reside by checking original documents before the tenancy begins. So this scheme applies to all properties in England, but not in Scotland, Wales or Northern Ireland. That's why I've written to them to ask that they would extend the provisions to Northern Ireland. I have not had a response either from the Home Office or the Northern Ireland Office yet.
Neil Brooks.
Mr. Speaker, the proliferation of HMOs is a cancer in our communities, largely caused by greedy profiteering speculators. And it's been interesting to hear parties supposedly of the left here equivocating today, as well as some theology from the Alliance Party who are concerned with Christian values. Could I ask the Minister how many unlicensed HMOs have been identified and what actions are being taken against landlords operating illegally?
I'm grateful to the member for his question. I'm happy to confirm that there have been 77 fixed penalty notices issued and paid, and the fines total £343,800, which helps us to fund that HMO unit that operates in Belfast City Council. There have also been 2 successful prosecutions for the operation of unlicensed HMOs and 1 for exceeding the licensed occupancy.
Alan Robinson.
For taking action in this regard. Can you detail to the House how we can stop HMOs in areas where there is a high number of this type of accommodation?
Well, HMO numbers and their over-proliferation are a concern for communities, and increasingly so across Northern Ireland. Again, this goes back to the councils. Councils have the powers to set limits or caps on the percentage of HMOs in an area, or even down to street level. And planning permission must also be sought for new HMOs, which take into account issues such as parking and water and waste. So those are the ways in which we can stop further HMOs being approved.
Jan Forsyth.
Minister for this statement today. Much of the time whenever questions around HMOs are brought up, those across this House are quick to blame the Communities Minister and shout at his decisions on housing, and I think the agenda has become clear, and I think it's entirely inappropriate that the Minister's religious beliefs have been challenged in this House today. But Minister, I welcome your clarity in this statement today, and I just want to ask, when you're outlining the existing powers within this, within the legislation for councils, do you feel they're sufficiently resourced to inspect these regulations?
Sir.
Well, first of all, I'll just say to her that the enforcement of HMO legislation is funded from HMO licence fees and income generated through fixed penalty notices and fines. Now, that licence fee is kept under review by the Department. It's been uplifted in regulations to allow the scheme to continue operating on a cost-neutral basis with no additional costs to ratepayers. And I can assure the member that it doesn't concern me one bit at all. If people want to question me, my integrity, or even my faith, I'm more than happy for people to make those comments. And as I've said, I will have those conversations with anyone, and I will be happy to discuss that further.
I'm just wondering, has the Minister engaged with the migrant and refugee community or the organisations who represent them around this issue, just to get understanding from their perspective? Because if we're going to take it at face value and this is an issue about landlords, then engage with that community that's affected. I know that the member Kate Nicholl has had a number of meetings, and I'm sure she would welcome the Minister to attend one of those meetings to get an understanding from the perspective of that community.
I'm not sure if she would, but I'd be more than happy to. I haven't had that direct engagement, but of course my department and the Housing Executive will often meet with interested groups. But this is absolutely about dealing with those who are intent on breaking the law, and the responsibility lies on the landlords, not those that they may try to exploit.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I welcome your statement here this morning, and I know from raising local issues with you that you are well over the concerns that illegal HMOs have caused in my constituency, in particular the Clonavon area of Ballymena. Where there is a belief that there is illegal HMOs in operation, does the legislation allow for applications to be paused by the local council while these investigations take place? In Ballymena, it is only listed that there are 9 legal HMOs. I think this shows the depths of the problems that we experience in Ballymena alone. So can you clarify at this stage, has Mid and East Antrim the right to pause new applications while these concerns are investigated?
So it's obviously up to councils to take those issues into consideration and to determine their own policies. However, I think that a planning committee looking at these issues would take those factors into consideration as well whenever making that determination. But regardless of that, if there are applications that are being fresh applications that are being made, it'll be up to those to take into consideration any pertinent factors.
Jack Hall.
Any attempts to clamp down on rogue landlords or those exploiting through high rents is welcome. I'm not sure this is what this is. This seems to be a non-subtle way to try and stick the boot. Be quiet, you've had your time. Non-subtle way to try and stick the boot into asylum seekers and refugees. Minister, it's poor housing, lack of regulation, extortionate rents that are, quote, upsetting the balance of community, and not demographic changes, as you are alleging. Just to ask the question, it was referred to earlier but not adequately addressed. In 2019, the British High Court ruled that the right to rent was racially discriminatory and had, I quote, little to no effect on controlling immigration. Minister, sounds like you didn't do your homework on this one.
Sure.
My goodness, the member's some crack, isn't he? He really likes what I'm saying, but that's a problem for him because he doesn't like to agree with what I'm saying. He wants me to crack down on rogue landlords, but not in this way. It looks as if he's just looking for something to disagree with or argue with. I make no apology whatsoever. People should adhere to... It's okay. I'll come to it. There is... Mr. Speaker, I will come to it. If he will give me the opportunity to speak to him, I will be, through the chair, I will be more than happy to do so. This is about making sure we enforce standards that are there. This is about making sure that HMOs only get a licence if they meet the criteria. For those that are breaking the law, for those that are either operating illegally, operating without planning permission, or operating beyond their licence, that there are penalties that are there. And I've sent it to the letter in the Council, fines between £5,000 and £20,000 for the 21 offences within the HMO legislation that are punishable by fixed penalty notices. So it's all in there. And in terms of right to rent, I'll say it again, I do not understand why people would have an issue with making sure that if you want to rent a property in Northern Ireland, that you have a legal right to live there.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, I appreciate that you recognise that HMOs are useful in certain circumstances. One of the biggest threats to Causeway Hospital is recruitment, and people don't want to take jobs there because they simply can't find places to live. So my concern with this statement is that we could actually add to the housing crisis that is particularly acute on the North Coast if we don't make the distinction that needs to be made.
First of all, there is a housing crisis, and that's why we're bringing through a number of policies to try and help deal with that. But I think this is why it's so important that we have policies in place that work for HMOs, and that the Causeway Coast and Glens Borough Council can put in place a policy that works for them, taking into consideration all of the necessary factors that need to be considered before granting it. And the need for workers is something that could feed into that, the economic benefit that they might have, but that has to be balanced up against the rights of local residents, the residential nature of the area that may be changed, and others. So again, this is why we need to have that consistency of approach in terms of policies in place, but also that can be adapted for local areas.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, members. If you take your ease, just while we change the table before we move to the next item of business.
John, ready to roll? Okay. Emma, ready to go? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion on a local growth fund. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the positive impact that the European Regional Development Fund and the European Social Fund have had in supporting the community and voluntary sector, notes the ongoing failure of the British Government to deliver on the commitment to fully replace European funding in the aftermath of Brexit. Further notes the ongoing lack of clarity from the British Government regarding the Local Growth Fund, which will replace the Shared Prosperity Fund in 2026. Acknowledges the uncertainty for the community and voluntary sector here, calls on the British Government to fulfil its promise to match European Union funding in full and to provide clarity for the community and voluntary sectors beyond 2026, and further calls on the British Government to fulfil its commitment to return decision-making on structural funds to the Executive and to urgently engage to ensure a replacement fund can be put in place by April 2026.
Thank you. I call on Emma Sheeran to move the motion. Emma.
William Buggy.
I beg to move. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Emma, please open the debate on the motion.
We're bringing this motion today. Obviously, it relates very acutely to Brexit, and there have been many debates in this chamber and across the north and beyond, indeed, about Brexit, both in the run-up to the decision that was made by the UK government to pursue that agenda and since, and we will have different narratives as to how that has played out, and that's fair enough, and some people have a very clear perspective on the issue of leaving the EU and have decided that that's something that they wanted to support and were comfortable with. But I suppose the issue that we're discussing today is a very clear example that is objective in that it has been bad for the North, and leaving the EU has left us with very serious economic consequences, most acutely through the loss of funding. We were net benefactors across the North from the EU, and as a rural MLA, as somebody that represents the constituency of Mid-Ulster, we can see numerous examples across the board in terms of the LEADER programme, of RDP, of CAP funding, and all of these streams of income that we have lost and thus have had to scramble to replace. But the particular funds that we're referring to today, in terms of the Economic Social Fund and the replacement that was supposed to come and did not in the way that we would have liked, is having real life implications for people that we all represent. And I know obviously there are groups in the Assembly today, particularly representatives from the Workspace group in my own constituency, and I can see Alex and Adele up there watching on. But I know from meetings with them and from the people that benefit from the schemes that Workspace and others like them run, that this is having a real impact and causing real worry and anxiety for constituents. We were told when we left the EU that we wouldn't lose out, that all of the funding that we had would be replaced, and that hasn't been the case. We had the cliff edge 3 years ago, or almost 3 years ago, whereby there was an awful lot of concern that we didn't know if these programmes would be extended, and obviously we did have some replacement funding, but it hasn't been to the level that it has, and there have been different studies done in terms of the exact value of that shortfall, but I suppose the estimates of 20 million per year gives you an example, or gives you an idea of just how serious this is and how critical it is for those that we represent. We think of programmes like the Go Succeed programme run out by the Department for Economy, which supports our local small businesses, which allows people to start up, and I know that they're supported by the likes of Workspace in Mid-Ulster again. And that's got real implications for people who have been able to benefit for that, and going forward trying to plan for their business that might want to avail of that support. The programmes for people with learning difficulties, with disabilities, who need that wee bit of help in order to get into employment and have been supported thus far. The knock-on implications for that, for the people who are employing them, for those people themselves, for their families. We talk every day about supporting people with complex needs, with the work that needs to happen in our schools around SEN. This is a real, tangible example of actual support which allows people into employment and which needs to be extended. So this isn't a debate about the pros and cons of Brexit. I have a very clear perspective, and that our party have been fairly consistent on what harm has been done here as a result of that decision, which wasn't of our making. But this is about what we can do now going forward, and we have to have a united voice when it comes to going to the British Government and asking for this replacement funding and asking for certainty now. We want to see our businesses, our local enterprise groups, our support networks and agencies being given that certainty that allows them to future plan, and that's what this is about calling for. So I'm hoping that we'll be speaking with one voice across the chamber today, and we'll have universality in asking for this motion to be passed, and for a very clear message to be going from this executive to the British Government that we want to see this delivered, and we want to see it delivered now.
I call on Diane for South Down.
Deputy Speaker, as Chair of the All-Party Group on the Voluntary and Community Sector in this Assembly, I'm a champion for the sector. I recognise the huge value of their contribution to society and to our public services, and I was pleased to join with members of the sector, with NICFA, the Finance Minister and colleagues on the steps of Parliament buildings this morning to show my support. The voluntary and community sector in Northern Ireland continue to deliver frontline services to the public, filling gaps where the public services don't reach, especially in response to crises like recent storms. Members in every corner of the chamber will no doubt testify to the impact these organisations have in their constituency, and it is vital that our voluntary and community sector feel valued for the work that they do. And ensuring stability and sustainability for their services and for volunteers is critical to ensuring the support infrastructure is there for those who need it. It seems today Sinn Féin have copied their motion from September last year, and our position remains the same as it was then. The DUP believes that the UK Government has a responsibility to provide clarity on the future of this funding without delay. It is appalling that community and voluntary organisations doing essential work have been left in such an uncertain position, and with NICFA reporting that nearly 24,000 people, including those with disabilities, women, lone parents, carers and young people, face losing access to life-changing support. We want to see previous spending power under the EU structural funds replicated and enhanced. The UK always paid in more to the EU than what it received back under structural funding, and there can be no excuse for any shortfall in funding now. The DUP does not accept that this was in some way inevitable as a result of our exit from the EU. Previous governments ultimately made promises that they have not honoured. We are also of the view that long-term multi-annual budgeting for replacement EU funds should be a priority. And over the course of the past 3 years, we have repeatedly sought clarity on when this funding would be available, how it would be administered and the degree of input afforded to local ministers. And it is clear on all of these fronts that the engagement of the previous government was severely lacking, and we want to see that remedied. And our DUP leader, Gavin Robinson MP, raised this directly with the Secretary of State just last week in the House of Commons questions. And we have always been clear that the aims of funding objectives of the Local Growth Fund must align with the Executive's agreed plans for economic growth and social inclusion. We cannot be in a situation again where funding coming from the UK Government duplicates aims already covered by the Executive programme, or where Northern Ireland's circumstances are not reflected in the development or administration of the funding. And equally, the DUP does not believe that providing a more meaningful role for the devolved administrations in deciding how and where this funding is targeted needs to be at the expense of retaining a national approach to providing greater economic and social cohesion between different parts of the United Kingdom. It should be noted that even under the framework of previous EU structural funds, there was a role of the UK Government working in conjunction with the devolved administrations, and given the tough decisions that need to be taken by executive ministers in coming weeks and months, we on balance do not believe it would be prudent nor conducive to provide greater certainty to the community and voluntary sector to add challenges facing our departments by devolving responsibility for these schemes solely to local ministers. We do not want to see political ideology stymie growth in Northern Ireland, and it appears evident to many that Sinn Féin's ideological opposition to defence issues risks holding Northern Ireland back from investment, growth and job creation. The establishment of the East West Council provides a constructive platform for the UK Government and Northern Ireland Executive to work together to address the issues that have hampered the realisation of the full potential of replacement EU funding to date. We support the replacement funding, but we do not support devolving full power to local ministers. But today we will stand with the sector, and we support, as has been said by the previous speaker, that across the House we want to see a quick solution to this, because the voluntary community sector deserves better.
Thank you, Dan. I call on Owen Tennyson. Owen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the community and voluntary sector has always stepped up where government has fallen short, plugging vital gaps in public service provision and working with people and communities furthest from opportunity. The benefits of the European Social Fund and the European Development Fund in supporting this work was clear. Between 2014 and 2020, these funds collectively provided an average of £65 million a year to Northern Ireland. That money helped to tackle economic inactivity, promote social inclusion, enhance the competitiveness of small and medium-sized businesses and support research and development. I have been privileged over my time as an MLA to go out and meet with many of the organisations and projects who are delivering this work on the ground, and I have to say it is second to none. But that funding, Deputy Speaker, was cast aside as collateral in what was a reckless and ideological pursuit of a hard Brexit, with those organisations treated shamefully and left peering over a financial cliff edge as a result. And I have to say, I find the contribution of the previous speaker quite galling. To claim that this situation wasn't inevitable or foreseeable, or to be sold a pup by English nationalists within the Conservative Party, to believe that after leaving the EU money wouldn't be clawed back to be invested in England, I think is the height of naivety. And I think the DUP in particular owe those organisations which they sacrificed on the chopping block an apology for their conduct over the past 10 years. I don't believe anybody who's taken the positions the member has can credibly claim to be a champion of our community and voluntary sector. Eventually, it has to be said, a replacement fund did emerge in the shape of the Shared Prosperity Fund, but far from the like-for-like replacement of funding that was promised, that replacement scheme failed to live up to its predecessors in terms of either quantum or design. And yet, despite the setbacks and frustrations, again, our community and voluntary sector stepped up and responded with agility, often with consortium bids to preserve as many of the services they offered as possible. And between April 2023 and March 2025, £57 million was committed to Northern Ireland, with 18 projects supported. Almost 24,000 people were supported in that period, with 5,000 moving into employment and almost 8,000 moving into further education or training. And despite that clear success, these organisations are now again peering over another cliff edge and facing another funding crisis, as shared prosperity funding is due to come to an end in March 2026, jeopardising 650 jobs, the progress made and the individuals who rely upon their support. I am deeply concerned about the UK Government's approach to this proposed successor in terms of the Local Growth Fund. The majority of the 46 million allocated in the spending review for that fund is capital money, which clearly will not meet the resource needs of these organisations. And it is shameful that once again promises made to those very organisations are being broken, with uncertainty looming large. That uncertainty hits our community and voluntary sector harder than any other section of our economy. Staff have to be placed on notice and preparation undertaken to deliver services differently or to cease to deliver them altogether. Once staff and vital services are lost, it is almost impossible to replace them, and that would be a false economy, heaping yet further pressure onto our public services, which are already struggling. It is particularly shameful that this is a government which professes to care about economic inactivity, while simultaneously gambling with funding for those very organisations with a proven track record of getting people into work and education. The least we can do for the sector and its service users is to deliver sustainable funding to support the positive change they make in our society. We need urgent confirmation that they will deliver targeted employment support for those furthest from the labour market. We need to ensure that any scheme builds on the successes of existing schemes, that funding is maintained at least at current levels, adjusted for inflation and rising costs, and also to ensure that contingency plans and transitional arrangements are in place to avoid any service disruption in the interim. Alliance has consistently raised these issues with the Secretary of State, and today parties, despite our different perspectives, do have an opportunity to unite to send a clear message that these organisations and vital schemes must not be abandoned, and to reaffirm our commitment to build an economy and a society that works for everyone and where everyone, regardless of background or ability, has the chance to belong, contribute and succeed. And I hope that all parties will support this motion today, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. I call on Diana Armstrong. Diana.
And I'd like to thank the proposers of this motion for highlighting the concerns of the community and voluntary sectors today. Northern Ireland has long been a beneficiary in the past of European funding, and I agree with the proposers' comments on how valuable that funding was. And we have seen firsthand how this funding had transformed communities and given opportunities, in particular to rural disadvantaged areas such as my own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. The EU Regional Development Fund supported entrepreneurs and small businesses, and the European Social Fund supported the valuable fabric of our society, the community and voluntary sector, giving people a real chance to live improved and purposeful lives. Since Brexit, as other members have noted, the British Government introduced the Shared Prosperity Fund as a replacement for the European Social Fund and the European Regional Development Fund. However, on closer analysis, the totality of the Shared Prosperity Fund has not matched what was previously delivered through the EU structural funds, delivering £127 million over 3 years, an average reduction of £23 million per year as compared to the EU funds. Despite the shortfall, the Shared Prosperity Fund delivered tangible results. Between April 23 and March 25, £57 million was committed to help Northern Ireland tackle economic inactivity and promote opportunity. It was effective. It supported almost 24,000 people over 2 years. 6,500 people moved into employment. 3,445 jobs were sustained for at least 6 months, and almost 9,000 individuals progressed into further education or training.
These figures demonstrate the profound difference that properly resourced initiatives can make in transforming lives, strengthening communities and boosting local economies. Now we are waiting to see if the successor to the SPF, the Local Growth Fund, will deliver, and we're told it will support at the same cash level as its 25-26 SPF allocation, £45 million per year. Beyond that, there is no clarity about the Local Growth Fund, and this absence of detail on how this fund will operate is leading to an atmosphere of deep uncertainty for many community and voluntary groups that rely on this support to deliver essential services. Without clear guidance, these organisations are unable to plan or retain staff, leaving Northern Ireland once again in limbo. This is not simply about funding being delayed by Westminster, it is about real people, real progress and the ongoing support for those in our communities who need it most. The UK Local Growth Fund must include a dedicated regional fund for Northern Ireland beyond 2026. By comparison, on the 14th of October, it was announced that Wales is to receive £500 million from the Local Growth Fund. The delivery plan for this funding will be developed and led by the Welsh Government, with local authorities, community organisations and other stakeholders being involved in determining how this money will be used, alongside a full public consultation. This model provides both transparency and accountability, ensuring that local voices are heard in shaping how the fund delivers meaningful outcomes. And it is exactly this type of model which needs replicated here in Northern Ireland, where it can be most effective. The Local Growth Fund will be vital to the groups and organisations who carry out such incredible work across our communities, supporting those with disabilities and others into employment, skills and social cohesion. With only a handful of months left before 2026, when the Shared Prosperity Fund will be replaced by this new growth fund, time is quickly running out for clarity and planning. The Labour slogan, "Things can only get better," has yet to ring true for Northern Ireland. In fact, for many community organisations, quite the opposite seems to be the case. What we need now is not more rhetoric, but decisive action, genuine engagement and a clear plan that ensures Northern Ireland receives its fair share of funding, with local decision-making at its core. Words of praise for our region's valuable services, as expressed by Rachel Reeves on her recent visit to Belfast, need to be matched by a solid undertaking to match EU funding in full and support the community and voluntary sector in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Diana. I call on Sinead McLaughlin. Sinead, over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome this motion on the future funding to replace the European programmes that sustained so much good work in our communities for decades. And I also want to acknowledge and welcome the presence of Celine McStravick and others from our community and voluntary sector here in the gallery this afternoon. I've said before, I was proud to be at the heart of the Remain campaign here in Northern Ireland, and while people here voted to remain, we were dragged out of Europe against our will. I don't want to dance around all of that again, but it has to be said. The value of that membership, particularly the European Regional Development Fund and the European Social Fund, continues to be seen across our region every day. We can see the legacy of the Regional Development Fund, infrastructure in our towns and our cities, the growth of our local businesses and social housing delivery. These projects remind us of the tangible benefits of EU membership and what it brought to each one of our communities. The European Social Fund's impact was quieter but vital, helping people rebuild confidence, gain skills and work and move much closer to work. It underpinned much of our community and voluntary sector and transformed lives. The community and voluntary sector is one of Northern Ireland's greatest strengths. It employs over 53,000 people across 7,400 registered charities. 73% of those working in the sector are women, and many in part-time roles. These organisations hold communities together, often on insecure funding, yet with unshakable dedication. At a time of enormous pressure in our health service, they are essential, supporting older people, families and those facing poor mental health, addiction and isolation. We all know the pressures that our health service is under. If we didn't have the community and voluntary sector, it literally would be on life support. We're not far from it, but it would be, because they are providing core functions in our communities. They are often the only support when statutory services cannot cope. In Derry, the loss of the European Social Fund saw support organisations like Women's Centre Derry and Derry Youth and Community Workshop lose staff, skills and capacity, along with vital services. It was not only Westminster that pulled the plug. European funding relied on partnership, the local departments providing match funding. Since 2016-17, the Executive contributed tens of millions of statutory match funding. When European funding disappeared, so did the match funding from our departments, with real consequences for organisations and the people in which they serve. Virtually the same motion was debated here almost a year ago and was passed. Yet the sector still lacks clarity about the future of funding. The Department of Finance is the lead department for developing the fund for Northern Ireland. They committed to engaging with the sector, including hosting an event on the 18th of June, and agreed to produce a report outlining the Executive position. Yet that report still has not been made available, adding to the uncertainty faced by the community organisations. So I'd like to hear from the Minister in response to that. Northern Ireland Can't Wait campaign warns that nearly 24,000 people could lose vital support unless urgent action is taken. These are people with disabilities, they are lone parents, they are carers and those with health conditions who rely on community organisations to move closer to employment. The British Government says that Local Growth Fund will replace the Shared Prosperity Fund in 2016, but serious concerns remain about its design and about its accessibility. It cannot become another overly centralised fund out of reach for community organisations. NICVA's message is clear. Groups across Northern Ireland need leadership and they need it now. The SDLP believes that the Executive must take action and must take matters into its own hands. We cannot continue to go to Westminster with a begging bowl and come away with nothing and yet no solutions closer to home. We need leadership here at home that should explore funding like social finance, allowing organisations to leverage private capital for social and environmental good. Departments must also provide stability for organisations delivering essential services. The community and voluntary sector has carried this region through some of its darkest days, through conflict, austerity and political collapse. It deserves certainty, sustainability and respect. And
could the member draw remarks to a close, please?
Northern Ireland can't wait. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Colin Gildernew. Colin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The decision to leave the European Union has been a disaster for the North from start to finish. Almost a decade ago, Sinn Féin warned that leaving the EU would bring economic and political chaos to these islands, and that we would all be financially worse off as a result. As we all know, the majority of the people of the North agreed with Sinn Féin. However, we were dragged out of the EU against our will. The reality of that decision is now beginning to set in, even amongst the most ardent Brexiteers. It would be fair to say that they are experiencing a degree of buyer's remorse. The British government have now finally conceded that Brexit has caused severe and long-lasting harm to the British economy, and that it is the primary reason for much of the economic hardship that we face today. In the North, the loss of EU funding has had a devastating impact, particularly for our community and voluntary sector. The British government promised that EU funding would be fully replaced, but shamefully, they never lived up to this promise. For example, the Shared Prosperity Fund, which is due to come to an end in March, was on average £20 million less per annum than the European SPF that it replaced. This shortfall in funding has placed many groups in a precarious position, unfortunately, causing uncertainty about their long-term sustainability and their ability to provide the services that are so badly needed. In June, the British government announced that they would replace the Shared Prosperity Fund with the Local Growth Fund, yet to date there have been very few details about how it will operate. The British government need to urgently clarify if the Local Growth Fund will be in place in time for the end of the Shared Prosperity Fund. The community and voluntary sector employs tens of thousands of people here, and it needs certainty so that it can plan for the future. It is sick and tired of the endless cliff edges and last-minute announcements. The British government also needs to clarify whether our devolved institutions in the north will have any role in allocating funds to the deserving projects. The Labour Party manifesto made a commitment to respect the devolved institutions. It now must follow through and ensure that our locally elected politicians have a say in any future growth fund. Thank you very much.
Brian Kingston. Brian, over to you.
Speaker, and the Democratic Unionist Party is deeply concerned by the lack of clarity over the new Local Growth Fund, which is supposed to replace the Shared Prosperity Fund, which was itself a post-Brexit replacement for the European Social Fund. A written answer from the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland to our party leader Gavin Robinson last week provided no real new insight. Hilary Benn stated that his department is working in close partnership with the Northern Ireland Executive and the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government to implement and develop the new Local Growth Fund. There are reports that the new fund will be 70% allocated to capital, which would, if true, greatly reduce revenue support for voluntary and community sector programmes which aim to level up society. Throughout my time on the Committee for Communities, I raised concerns for the future of community-based employability projects which support people who are economically inactive to assist them into employment or training for employment. I firmly believe that such community-based projects have the ability, contacts and appeal to reach people that statutory services are less likely to reach. With just 5 months funding left until the end of this financial year, there is no certainty on the continuation of these projects, and as it stands, their staff will be receiving protective notice before Christmas. It is appalling that these dedicated staff are once again in this uncertain position. One such group is the Prosper Consortium, which operates in 10 out of the 11 council areas in Northern Ireland, helping disabled people into vocational training and sustainable employment. Prosper reports that since April 2023, it has enrolled 2,158 economically inactive participants, of which 874 have achieved qualifications and 753 have progressed into paid employment. These are economically inactive and disabled people who have gained confidence, skills and independence, and local employers who have benefited from additional motivated staff. With the unemployment level in Northern Ireland at a record low of around 2% for those actively seeking work, it is all the more important that we have projects which help us to address our very high level of economic inactivity, which is around 27% of adults who are not working and who are not actively seeking employment. This category includes those with long-term sickness or disability, those having caring responsibilities, full-time students and people in retirement. Extra investment, support and outreach is required to assist such people into employment. The Belfast Works Connect is a consortium of 5 community-based groups across the city, north, south, east, west and Shankill, supporting people who are economically inactive according to criteria of health and disability, caring responsibilities, early retirement, complex needs, etc. People considered to be furthest from the workforce. In the 2 years of 2023 to 25, the consortium has enrolled 5,244 such people, 112% of their target. Of these, over 3,000 have achieved a qualification, 850 have been helped into employment, again exceeding the target, and 651 of these now in sustained employment lasting over 6 months. This shows the important work that these groups are carrying out in our communities. On a day when all parties should be uniting in support of our voluntary and community sector, the comment from the Alliance Party was an indulgence and is regrettable. We won't be taking any lectures on the impact of Brexit on Northern Ireland from the Alliance Party, which called for the rigorous implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol, and were left with red faces when the EU actually agreed to change it due to the stand taken by the DUP, and we continue to campaign to restore our place within the UK internal market. As for his comment that my colleague Dan Forsyth is not a champion for the voluntary and community sector, the Alliance member clearly knows nothing about her work, including as chair of the all-party group, but ignorance is no excuse on his part. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Brian. I call on Shan Mulholland. Shan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Wow. For decades, the voluntary and community sector organisations have been at the very heart of our society, forming that crucial backbone and stepping in where the state has faltered. They have consistently delivered vital services, especially during turbulent times, whether during executive collapses caused by parties around this chamber or amid chronic underfunding from the UK Government. Their value cannot be overstated, and I echo the welcome to Parliament buildings for them today. My perspective in this debate is shaped by my experience both as a constituency MLA more recently, but also in a previous life as a youth worker and a worker in the voluntary and community sector, and I've seen firsthand the lifeline those organisations provide. And we've heard today about how they face a funding crisis that is not of their own making, but arising from the ongoing delays and, crucially, the uncertainty from the UK Government. Despite their resilience and their dedication, these organisations now operate under constant threat of financial instability, forced to survive on those short-term contracts and unable to make meaningful long-term plans. And that goes for both staff, unable to get mortgages because of their lack of full-time and permanent contracts, but also for the organisations. The sector has felt like it's been in continual freefall since the removal of EU funding. The NICFA Economic Inclusion Paper makes very clear the scale of the problem they are facing, with reduced funding, increased reliance on those short-term arrangements and a climate of ongoing uncertainty. It doesn't look good for those organisations. There's still no confirmed delivery plan or timeline. That is in no way to treat a sector, especially one that has given so much to our society. Without decisive action, the sector stands at yet another funding cliff edge, and according to the NICFA's I Can't Wait programme, of the thousands of recipients of those programmes, many of those have already been failed by the system, and whether that's individuals with disabilities, carers, women returning to work, young people with criminal records, older people, rural people without access to sustainable employment. We have heard already, we have some of the highest rates of economic inactivity, as much as I don't like that term, in the UK, and the lowest employment rate amongst disabled people. If you strip and take away the voluntary community sector support, there is no alternative to absorb the impact
Vulnerable groups will be further marginalised, pressures on our health and social care system will rise, the justice system will come under greater strain, and employers already struggling to find workers will face further challenges. And we have to think ultimately inequality will deepen and opportunity will shrink. That is the consequence. And another element of this is if the funding cliff is not addressed, not only will the thousands that we have discussed lose support every year, around 650 skilled staff at risk. That is expertise and dedication that cannot be quickly or easily replaced. That's institutional knowledge that we simply won't get back, and we've seen it before when funding has left en masse of the community and voluntary sector. So right now the sector's call is clear. Urgent clarity and contingency agreements and arrangements are needed. NICFA and its partners are seeking that bridging arrangement and an extension of the current funding to avoid plunging off a funding cliff. But furthermore, the government has to confirm the local growth fund will be delivered through a regional programme that is tailored specifically for Northern Ireland, with voluntary and community organisations at their core. There has to be a genuine co-design process drawing on evidence and local knowledge and expertise to shape the fund's operation. Crucially, as referenced by the previous speaker, that proposed ratio of capital allocation has to be revised. Northern Ireland needs stronger revenue funding to sustain people-focused programmes, not just investment in infrastructure. We have consistently raised these concerns at Westminster, with the Alliance MP Saoirse Eastwood persistently lobbying that a local growth fund specifically tailored to Northern Ireland and co-designed with the sector has to be on the table. The sector is calling for the swift creation of a task-driven, time-bound co-design group involving the Department for Economy, local councils, Invest NI, Enterprise NI and local enterprise agencies as well. This group should deliver a fully costed and improved enterprise support model by the end of November, ready for implementation in April 26. The UK Government has to end this piecemeal communication and provide the certainty that the sector so desperately requires. The people of Northern Ireland, especially those furthest from work and opportunity, deserve nothing less.
Thank you, Shan. I call on Gemma Dolan. Gemma, over to you.
Almost a decade after we were dragged out of the European Union against democratic wishes of the people in this region, the harmful legacy of Brexit continues to reverberate here, particularly in the community and voluntary sector. It was no surprise that the British Government's Shared Prosperity Fund failed to deliver on their promise to replace all EU funding to community and voluntary organisations here. A reduction of tens of millions in financial support in recent years has had a detrimental impact on groups that do vital work in our local communities, such as supporting people in gaining new skills, employment opportunities and initiatives to tackle poverty. One example of many in my own constituency is Action Mental Health New Horizons in Enniskillen, who do phenomenal work but were victims of this. The Labour government that was elected 15 months ago may have decided to implement a new successor programme for EU funding. However, it appears as though it will continue to fall short of the arrangements and support we enjoyed prior to Brexit. Unlike the EU investment that was managed by the executive, directly elected representatives of the people here, there is no such input for local representatives for what the British Government have ironically labelled as the Local Growth Fund. This is a clear democratic deficit that prevents local ministers from being able to use their knowledge, expertise and interaction with communities here to create programmes which are tailored to meet the needs of our people. A clear illustration of this is Whitehall's intention that 70% of the Local Growth Fund will be steered towards capital investment. This will lead to a significant reduction in resource funding, which will further detrimentally impact voluntary and community groups here, who have also had to cope with other decisions taken by the British Government in recent years, such as the increase to employer national insurance contributions. I welcome the commitment from the Finance Minister to meet with the British Secretary of State and Whitehall's Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government to make the case for more flexibility on this new funding programme, as it is crucial that elected representatives here are a strong voice on behalf of our community and voluntary sector.
Thank you. I call on Gary Middleton. Gary, over to you.
Deputy Speaker, and I want to join with others this afternoon to speak in support of our community and our voluntary sector, which continue to deliver vital frontline services across Northern Ireland, often stepping in, of course, where other public services tend to fall short. Every member in this chamber will be able to point to organisations who have made a positive impact within their constituencies. It is essential that this sector feels valued. However, it is clear and evident that so many of those community organisations do not feel valued. Stability and sustainability for their services and their volunteers and staff must be a priority. The uncertainty surrounding the future of funding, particularly the Local Growth Fund set to replace the Shared Prosperity Fund in 2026, is deeply concerning. Having spoken to many organisations over this past 15 years as an elected representative for my constituency, I see firsthand how stressing it can be for staff and for volunteers, but particularly for service users who I know are at the forefront of staff and volunteers' minds, that at each and every occasion when funding becomes a risk once again, it does cause deep distress. So to that end, the UK Government must provide clarity without delay. It is unacceptable that organisations doing this essential work have been left in limbo once again. We not only want to see the spend that was available under EU structural funds restored, but we actually need to see those enhanced. This is a commitment that was made by the UK Government, and there's no excuse for any shortfall now. But we also believe that there should be a balanced approach, one that gives the executive a meaningful role in shaping the funding priorities, whilst also maintaining that national strategy and perspective that promotes cohesion right across the United Kingdom. As my colleagues have already said, promises were made by the UK Government and they must be honoured. But we also call for a more long-term approach, multi-annual budgeting to provide certainty and allow organisations to plan more effectively into the future. But we also must use all of the structures that we have available to us, not only in this Assembly chamber or indeed using our voices at Westminster, but also through the East-West Council, which can be used to ensure that funding delivers real impact here in Northern Ireland. And of course, while EU funding had accounted for an important part and portion of the sector's income, a further threat lies in the pressures on core government funding as well, and many organisations and groups within my constituency are familiar with the cliff edges that exist year in, year out as well. So the executive must act in that front to protect this sector from further harm. But in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to pay tribute to all of those community and voluntary sectors in the Foyle constituency and across Northern Ireland. Pay tribute to the work of the all-party group in the community and voluntary sector, particularly to my colleague Diane Forsyth, who has so ably chaired that committee and brought many people together. The people that I meet in the community and voluntary sector do not want petty party political point scoring. What they want is a chamber that is united and stand together on these issues. And I look forward to us all working to that end and seeing this community and voluntary sector get the funding and the support that they deserve. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Gary. I call on Claire Sugden. Claire.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this motion because I think it speaks to a growing concern in communities right across Northern Ireland, and that's the uncertainty that they are facing within the community and voluntary sector, and the real fear about what happens when this funding runs out. In my 10+ years as a member, these organisations have always been treated as an optional extra because they've never been supported in a way that's sustained and continuing. Yet, as we've heard from others, they deliver services that government depends on, that government cannot provide, that government doesn't have capacity to provide. So from employment to training, mental health, family support and tackling loneliness. They reach out to people that public services can't, and they do it with compassion, expertise and knowledge of who those people are. But the goodwill can only go so far, Mr Deputy Speaker. Volunteers and staff are exhausted. They're fed up. They're trying to plan year to year with no certainty about their future. Every year, in my 10+ years, we hear of organisations putting their staff on protective notice because that uncertainty just doesn't exist. And beyond the loss of those jobs, beyond the loss of those services to the community, we leave gaps. We leave gaps that government is not filling, and if anything, are creating wider because budgets across the board are being cut. My own constituency, I see every day the difference that community and voluntary organisations make. Indeed, when I became an MLA 10 years ago, I identified as many of these groups as possible, and I set out to meet every one of them, and there were hundreds. And I think, regrettably, since the COVID, we've lost some of the strength in our community and voluntary sector. So this funding is critical more now than ever, because we're hearing every day of older people feeling lonely. We're hearing every day of people in rural communities not being able to access services, so they're just not accessing them. And that's not good enough. It's not good enough, in a region of a Western democracy where people are feeling that they're not being served and they just have to get on with it. And unfortunately, they can't. These groups, they support families, they provide training opportunities, and they promote well-being and create spaces again where people can connect. I do feel that we're losing our communities to an extent because we're losing these organisations and groups. And even as a mother of a 2-year-old, it takes a village, but that village is our community and voluntary sector. And if we want to understand why we're having mental health problems, we want to understand why we're having issues with parenting, we're having issues with behaviour right across society, it's because we're losing community. We don't have that support. It doesn't exist anymore. And I think it's something that the Northern Ireland Executive, the wider UK Government, really needs to come back to, because I think it is indicative of some of the issues that we're seeing in society. And I think more often than not, these groups, they're not given the attention that they deserve, because they're quietly working within their communities and they're doing the things that unfortunately don't make the headlines. Unfortunately, their good work is just not expressed enough, and and I join with others across this chamber in expressing how grateful I am to the community voluntary sector in Northern Ireland. But I do fear that if we don't start funding them in a way that's appropriate and sustained, then we will lose them and we will have nothing to talk about. And I think it does point to the importance not only of these various funds that we're talking about today and the benefits that they provide, and indeed the shortfall that will be created if we don't find some form of funding. But I think generally, and it's maybe not the right minister that we're talking to today, maybe we need to have the Communities Minister in front of us, and again coming back to why we need to recognise our community and voluntary sector and the services that they provide. So I do rise to support this motion. I call on the British Government, but I do call on our own executive to start taking responsibility as well, because we can't keep blaming London every time that these issues come about, because we haven't supported and invested in our community and voluntary sector in the way that's meaningful and not the way we should over this year. This is one particular issue, but it is one of many. And I would certainly encourage the Minister and his government to look to the community and voluntary sector, if nothing more than to balance the books, Minister, because you don't have the money to provide the services that they do. And if anything, I think we should be supporting them. It's invest to save, Minister, and over to you.
Thank you, Claire. And I call on the Minister. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes. John.
Thank you, I fully support this motion and welcome the opportunity to respond. Many members have rightly recognised the positive contributions that the European Social and Regional Development Funds made in supporting the community and voluntary sector over many years. These EU funds were central to tackling economic inactivity, promoting inclusion and building resilience in our communities, as well as supporting local businesses and rural development. The loss in the aftermath of Brexit was deeply felt, particularly within the community and voluntary sector. The Shared Prosperity Fund was presented by the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government as a replacement for these lost EU funds. However, it was never an adequate solution. While there are some benefits with the Shared Prosperity Fund, it failed to match the ambition or scale of the EU programme it replaced. The scope and funding were both reduced. We received on average £65 million from the European funding per year, with local delivery via executive departments. The Shared Prosperity Fund, the intended replacement, was a reduction on average of £35 million per year, with centralised Whitehall delivery. This does not respect either our unique system of government or our equality legislation. Despite its limitations, it did provide vital support, particularly to our community and voluntary sector. Through its interventions, it also supported the work of the Department for Communities, Department for Economy, Department for Health and the Department of Justice. From data gathered by NICFA, we know that over the 22-24 period, this funding enabled 18 projects to deliver economic and activity interventions in every local council area. 64 organisations to deliver tailored community-based interventions and support to almost 24,000 individuals. These projects focused on those furthest removed from the labour market, those with disabilities, health conditions, caring responsibilities, older people and young people facing multiple barriers to employment. Almost 24,000 people, this is not just a number, this represents people's lives changed, futures rebuilt, communities strengthened. The funding also supported 650 staff who delivered person-centred, wrapped-around support in every single council area. The Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government implemented a transition year in 25-26 so that the vital services funded under the Shared Prosperity Fund could continue, while supposedly a replacement programme could be developed. The lack of clarity from the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government regarding the Local Growth Fund is creating deep uncertainty, particularly for the community and voluntary sector, who face another impending cliff edge in funding due to the lack of certainty and the reduction in funding. At the spending review in June, it was announced that we would be allocated £46 million per year over 3 years. We were also told that the Executive would be a partner in delivering the Local Growth Fund. Unfortunately, that partnership has not materialised. Nor has the Labour government honoured its manifesto commitment to restore control over structural funds to local representatives. Despite sustained efforts, we are back to a situation that has been deeply depressing, all too familiar in recent years. I secured an executive position on the future Local Growth Fund in March of this year. We explored some of the shortcomings in the Shared Prosperity Fund approach and how the Local Growth Fund could be better. This position detailed a number of principles. Funding must be long-term and sufficient in value. There must be co-design with partners. Structures must be efficient and accessible. Interventions must be in line with our programme for government. Importantly, lessons positive and negative must be learned from what went before. And time is critical. We needed to be able to move quickly to prevent another funding cliff edge. These principles have been shared with the British Government ministers in March, but have not been factored into decisions taken in Whitehall. Despite months of pressing the government, I still have little information in regards to the Local Growth Fund. The scant information I do have does not paint a promising picture. The £46 million per year will be heavily skewed towards capital funding. The Shared Prosperity Fund was 3/4 resource funding, but the Local Growth Fund will only be 1/3 resource funding. I met earlier this month with representatives of the community and voluntary sector. I listened to their concerns and their message was clear. The significant reduction in the resource budget for this funding will severely impact the community and voluntary sector's ability to deliver vital services, particularly for those furthest away from the labour market. Resource funding is needed to deliver interventions, including economic activity, through the community and voluntary sector. This shift will disrupt or potentially end the very programmes that have employed 650 staff and helped thousands into work and training. Co-design and proper meaningful engagement are vital, and the British Government need to engage contingency arrangements. I note that the recent announcement that the Welsh Government will be provided with a spending power to use the local growth funding according to an investment plan developed by the Welsh Government. This is a good outcome for Wales. It clearly shows that there is no structural barrier to fulfilling the commitment made in the last Labour Party manifesto to restore control over this funding to devolved governments. I find myself in full agreement with the Secretary of State for Wales, Jo Stevens, when she stated, "Decisions about how this money is spent are best made by the people of Wales." The same principle applies here. Decisions about spending are best made by people who live here. While a fully local fund would have been the optimal solution, Whitehall have run down the clock. What comes next must be managed carefully to mitigate as far as possible negative impacts on the community and voluntary sector. This will require hard work, good faith and close cooperation, both here and in London, the partnership that we were promised. And frankly, it does not make sense for Whitehall departments to implement, manage and run such funds here. It creates duplications, adds further layer of bureaucracy and doesn't align well with our priorities. It is not the way to get best value for money, especially when the Treasury themselves tell us that money is so tight. I met with the Chief Secretary for the Treasury, James Murray, on Friday. I raised the lack of recognition across Whitehall of the different needs in the North compared to Britain. I also spoke about our different governmental landscape and how that required bespoke arrangements. I outlined the need for resource funding to achieve local growth and pressed him for flexibility to allow the executive freedom to spend the local growth allocation in a way that best meets our needs. Earlier this month, I met with Hilary Benn and stressed the urgency of the issue. I was very clear that economic inactivity is a significant barrier to local growth here, and resource funding is needed more than capital funding to tackle this. During our meeting, Hilary Benn undertook to seek a joint meeting with the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government. As a result, I will be meeting him and Steve Reid tomorrow. I will be pressing Mr Reid to work towards a sensible outcome. To conclude, this Assembly can send out a clear message to Westminster: our communities deserve better. The community and voluntary sector has proven its value, its reach and its impact. It must not be left behind due to Whitehall indecision, funding redesigns that ignore local realities. Our local communities deserve local solutions aligned to local challenges and local priorities. If the British Government doesn't provide us with the clarity, flexibility and more resources funding, we risk losing frontline jobs, vital services, the infrastructure that connects our most vulnerable citizens to opportunities. This is not an acceptable position. I stand firmly behind this motion. I encourage fellow members to do likewise and send a united message to the Government that the time for dithering and delay is over. Clarity is needed and is needed now. Our community and voluntary sectors and communities deserve no better. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Parag Delarky. Parag, you have up to 10 minutes.
At the outset, I want to pay tribute to the community and voluntary sector, particularly those who are joining us in the gallery today, and I'm sure the others who are watching online, because they do provide vital service every single day right across the North. And they are out in our communities helping young people into work, helping families through difficult times, providing mental health support and bringing communities together. And as has been acknowledged right across the chamber, much of this work happens quietly, often without recognition, but it does provide the backbone to our society. For many years, this work was sustained through the ESF, a fund that changed lives and gave people hope, opportunity and dignity. The loss of that funding has created real hardship. Groups who were already stretched now face impossible choices. Staff who have lost their jobs, staff who have been placed on protective notice, and projects which have closed, and ultimately people who have depended on those services being left without that support. And I thank the DUP for highlighting our consistency on this issue, because Sinn Féin have been consistent on this, consistent in defending the right of the community and voluntary sector to funding, to provide this support to people and to enhancing those support services within our community. When the British Government promised that every penny of EU funding would be replaced, the commitment gave communities a degree of reassurance. But what we have seen since then is broken promise after broken promise. This funding does not match what is lost. It's lower, and the process is more complicated. And critically, these decisions are made in London rather than here. And I'm glad that most parties here today have acknowledged that. John, Gemma and Shan have acknowledged the co-design and also the local knowledge which is needed for this, which I think is vital. I do disagree to a certain extent with the SDLP position on this in talking about a begging bowl, because I think that allows the British Government off the hook. It allows them to shirk their responsibility, and it actually reinforces the point, which is the reality now. The people in the North are picking up the pieces for a British Government who refuse to stand up and defend these rights, and who have left us in a situation where we are poorer in terms of funding and in terms of, and in terms of the community sector, in terms of what they can offer as well. In my own constituency, organisations who for years have helped people get back into training and employment have been forced to shut their doors. In the North West, where deprivation levels remain among the highest anywhere in these islands, this has been devastating. Not just in terms of the loss of money, but also the loss of experience, of relationships and of trust that have taken years to build. This motion is about fairness and it's about respect. It's about fairness for the organisations that have delivered incredible outcomes for decades, and respect for the principle of devolution. The decisions about our communities should be made in our communities by those who understand our communities. And as John highlighted, this understanding is about our unique situation. The funding should meet local needs and that it can't be uniform. We're calling on the British Government to fulfil its commitment to the EU funding in full and to provide clarity beyond 2026. The uncertainty that hangs over our community and voluntary sector cannot continue. Organisations need time to plan, to retain their staff and the assurance that they can continue to deliver vital services in our communities. We're also calling on decision-making on structural funds to be returned to the Executive. Local expertise, local accountability and local delivery, that's what works. Westminster cannot and should not decide the future of our community development programmes. So we need to send a clear and united message from this Assembly today that we stand with the community and the voluntary sector, that we will hold the British Government to account, and it's time for those promises to be honoured in full and for a locally designed replacement fund to be in place by April 2026.
Thank you, Mary Porrick. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1300 today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 1400. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Sittings resumed. We move to questions to the Minister for Education. I call on you, Murphy.
Strategic review of the Northern Ireland curriculum completed in June 2025. The review undertaken by Lucy Crehan provided a focused, time-bound evaluation of the current Northern Ireland curriculum. The review was clear. Northern Ireland needs a new curriculum which is purpose-led, knowledge-rich, continuous and coherent, specific and focused, flexible and inclusive. A curriculum that ensures every child enjoys an ambitious and knowledge-rich curriculum that develops their learning in a well-sequenced and explicit manner. On the 27th of August, I announced the establishment of the Curriculum Task Force Advisory Committee that will oversee, direct and lead the reform of the Northern Ireland curriculum. Led by Christine Council, with Lucy Crehan as Deputy, the committee includes a wealth of experience of curriculum design, classroom practice, evaluation and implementation. Their role is to guide the development of a new, coherent and knowledge-rich curriculum framework. Work is underway to establish a series of subject working groups made up of teachers, academics and subject specialists who will draft the reformed content for each subject area from foundation stage to key stage 3. I expect these groups to be operational in November, and a new framework will be presented to me in March 2026 in advance of a public consultation. And it is my ambition that the new curriculum framework will be implemented for September 2027.
Ms Murphy.
Colleen, I'd like to thank the Minister for his update. Minister, would you accept that scrapping AS levels and coursework would in fact narrow learning for pupils and indeed pile more pressure onto those pupils who have to undertake a high-stake exam, albeit one exam?
So, Mr Speaker, can I thank the member for the question, because it is relevant. We're currently out for consultation and we're seeking the feedback from pupils, from practitioners, educationalists. And one of the driving concerns that a lot of people have is that for a lot of our young people from year 11, 12, 13, 14, they are all undertaking formal statutory assessments and tests, and with that comes controlled assessment, which contributes to teacher workload. And there is evidence that shows that moving to that more linear approach can be more beneficial in terms of the academic outcome. But I've put that out for public consultation because I want to hear the feedback, and there are principals who have very strong views in advocating for this change, but that is something that I haven't taken a decision on. I genuinely want to hear the feedback from the relevant stakeholders, and now is the opportunity to do that through the consultation exercise before final decisions would be taken.
Matheson.
Minister, it would be helpful to understand in detail why RE was not included in the strategic review of the Northern Ireland curriculum. Was that a missed opportunity so that we can get robust assurances that what all children are learning in RE is fit for purpose, is appropriate, given that it's not subject to the normal inspection regime that other subjects would be?
Well, Mr Speaker, I think the member just highlighted why, because it isn't the same as other subjects in that respect, in terms of the way in which you would commission a review in respect of the curriculum around RE, and obviously there is involvement of the churches in respect of that. The churches are not involved in respect of any other subject matter, but the approach to RE is one that is different. However, what I would say to the member is we are awaiting, as he will know, a UK Supreme Court judgment in respect of RE. That is something that we're waiting to get read down from the court, and obviously we'll reflect on what that contains, and that may well lead to such a review being carried out.
Guy Middleton.
Minister for his update in relation to the review of the Northern Ireland curriculum. Minister, can you share any insights into the international experience of knowledge-rich curriculums?
Well, Mr Speaker, can I thank the member for that question? In terms of international experience, and that is something that I've been very keen to ensure that Northern Ireland looks outwardly, as well as making sure, as we reform our education system, that it is very much tailor-made to our local community and reflecting what makes up our Northern Ireland context. To ensure the Northern Ireland curriculum remains aligned with international best practice, we need to look at that. Providing a knowledge-rich and a well-structured approach. And in a number of jurisdictions, including Sweden, Belgium, Norway, New Zealand and now some Australian territories, they have reviewed the former primarily skills-based approach to curriculum due to concerns that related to the lack of specificity, commonality and core knowledge. And internationally there is a revival in the importance of knowledge in our education approaches. It's now re-emerged as a prerequisite for improved learning, critical thinking, problem solving, reading comprehension, and as a facilitator for collective discourse. That evolution is also backed up by a greater understanding of cognitive science, and what it very much now indicates that where you can have detailed knowledge, you then empower yourself to have much greater levels of skills. It isn't an either-or, skills versus knowledge. It is rich knowledge, detail, mastery of a particular subject area. That allows you to then deploy the skills, but you need to have knowledge. So it's ensuring that we have both.
Sean McElveen. Mr.
Mr Speaker, the Education Authority has advised that the rationale for the review of the teaching appointment scheme for controlled schools is that the current scheme has been in operation since 2016 and has not been subject to substantive review or engagement since a post-implementation review took place in 2017. The EA is of the opinion that whilst the current scheme provides a framework for the completion of teaching appointments, there has been learning about what areas could be improved. The Education Authority is therefore completing a review of the scheme to provide a proposed improved and more flexible framework for the delivery and development of the appointment of teachers to controlled schools. A draft teaching appointment scheme for controlled schools has been prepared, and consultation with controlled schools governors and wider stakeholders is ongoing. This work is expected to be completed early in 2026.
Marlene.
The Minister for his response. Interest as the Chair of the Board of Governors of Antrim College in Cumber. The proposals contained within the consultation will see the role of governors diminished. In the appointment of principals, the voluntary chair could be replaced by a paid independent chair, and in teaching appointments only one governor could have input. This wouldn't happen in any other sector and is exactly why controlled schools need their own dedicated managing authority. Can I ask the Minister if he will engage with the EA as a matter of urgency in respect of this and support the role of governors?
Speaker, can I first thank the member for her role as Chair of the Board of Governors. Hugely commendable to take on that responsibility. It's a voluntary role for those who are Boards of Governors, but to be Chair is something to be commended, because I know the high levels of work that's involved for anybody that engages in this work. Mr Speaker, I can confirm that departmental officials have already been in discussions with EA officials regarding some of the proposals outlined in the revised teaching appointment scheme for controlled schools, which is currently out for consultation. My officials have highlighted to the EA that their proposals, if implemented, would see the role of governors diminished. The EA consultation process on the revised teaching appointment scheme is ongoing and expected to be completed early 2026. I agree with the member that this wouldn't happen in any other sector, nor is this approach proposed for any other sector, and that controlled schools do need their own dedicated managing authority. That's why I launched a public consultation last week on proposals to establish a new organisation dedicated to supporting controlled schools across Northern Ireland. The consultation will run for 8 weeks. This consultation seeks views on the role, structure and functions of the proposed organisation ahead of legislation being brought before the Assembly. Controlled schools are the largest and the most diverse sector in our education system. They play a vital and distinctive role in communities right across Northern Ireland, and the independent review of education, along with feedback from school leaders and the Controlled Schools Task Force, has highlighted clear shortcomings in the current support arrangements.
Stephen Dunn. Speaker.
Mr Speaker, whilst I recognise that forest schools can play a significant role in the education of our children, unfortunately the financial position for the department remains extremely challenging, which means that funding is not available for projects to develop outdoor space at present.
Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer and his recognition of the value of outdoor learning and his commitment to that. The Minister may be aware that within my own constituency is home to a flagship forest school site based within the Clandeboy estate. Can the Minister outline what support is available to schools and school staff who wish to become involved in forest schools? And I know there's quite a few right across the country. And would he agree to visit the Northern Ireland Forest Schools Association with myself at Clandeboy sometime in the future?
Well, Mr Speaker, can I thank the member for highlighting the particular project in his constituency. Quite a number of schools where I have visited over the past 18 months. There are a number with forest schools, and undoubtedly they enhance the environment in which those young people are learning and gives them that outdoor experience, and I certainly do commend that approach where it is possible. Schools in Northern Ireland, they are free to work with a wide range of voluntary community private sector organisations, including programmes like forest schools. In that respect, the Education Authority has produced a series of teacher professional learning videos on outdoor learning that are accessible on their supporting learning websites, and my department provides a range of discretionary funding schemes streams to schools, such as extended schools programmes funding, targeting social need resources, which schools may direct toward forest school provisions if they wish, and I'll certainly seek to accommodate the member's request to visit. Can I thank the member for her questions? I will be bringing a draft strategy to my executive colleagues for consideration in the coming weeks, and if agreed, it will be subject to public consultation. The strategy will build on the significant investment of £80 million already allocated by the executive, which is already making a positive difference for thousands of children, families and providers. Some of this £80 million went to the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme, a scheme which initially helped families with preschool children, but which I extended to include school-aged children from the 1st of September this year. This has put money in parents' pockets, with a 15% reduction on registered childcare costs and potential savings of up to 32% because it's combined with the tax-free childcare system. This is meaningful and it's tangible. When rising fees started when fees started to rise, these were offset as I acted again to increase the subsidy scheme in April by 10%. That raised it to £184 per month per child, and I also raised the administrative payments to providers. In addition to this, I've already funded the increase of 2,400 more preschool places to full-time, with the provision of free school meal for eligible children. This means now that 50%, half of our schools' preschool places are now full-time, with further increases planned for September next year. Add to this the additional funding to support children facing disadvantage via Sure Start, the Pathway Fund, Toy Box, and a range of programmes to support children with additional needs or disabilities. These early actions are the foundation on which the early learning and childcare strategy will be built, and I will be bringing more proposals to the Executive as part of the draft strategy to further support our children, families and the early learning and childcare sector.
Ms. Nicholl.
And I think the Minister should declare an interest that I avail of the NICSS scheme and want to acknowledge that significant work has undergone in this space. Can the Minister give assurance, though, that when the childcare strategy comes to this House, it will come with a fully costed action plan alongside it, so that people can actually see the actions delivered soon? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I am glad the DUP is delivering for the Alliance Party, and they're benefiting from the hard work of a DUP minister. Unfortunately, that support wasn't available for my 3 children who are beyond the age of eligibility, but nevertheless. The member is right. Having already invested as an executive £80 million, and we put in place new schemes, stood them up all before we had a strategy. Often departments, ministers will spend very lengthy periods developing a strategy. We got on with actually delivering these schemes whilst also taking forward the development of a strategy, and I think that's important. But it does need to be fully costed in that respect. And certainly, as I bring forward the strategy, we will know how much the implementation of this will cost. It will be, however, subject to the funding that is then available. But that should not limit the ambition of what a comprehensive strategy should look like. But I also need to caution members there will be a reality around what funding is available to implement this strategy once it is finalised. But that has not curtailed me in making sure that we have an ambitious comprehensive strategy that will be brought forward to the Executive very soon.
Cathy Mason.
Minister, as you said, your department has spent over £80 million on childcare and early years support, yet according to the NISRA survey, only 26% of households are saying that childcare is actually affordable. What measures are you going to build into the childcare strategy to ensure the costs are kept down?
So the members, she's absolutely right, and we hear this right across our constituencies. The cost of childcare is a huge financial pressure that many hard-working families are having to face. So this is a start. I have a much greater level of ambition, but that is very much dependent on what resources that we have available. And this funding doesn't sit within my department. The Executive ring-fenced it in order to protect it from the other pressures, which is being well documented today, that other departments all face. And therefore, the delivery of the strategy, once we put it out to consultation, we finalise it, will be subject to funding allocation. That'll be a wider collective decision that will need to be taken because it sits outside my department. But be assured, as we have delivered on these new schemes, we have been able to make a positive impact. I will continue to do that where I am empowered to do it by the wider executive. But I entirely agree with the member. There are many families that are struggling to meet the costs of childcare. This executive has made a start, but there's much more we need to do.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far, and I thank him for his work on the delivery of the issue of childcare. It's a DUP Minister delivering against DUP commitments. Probably following on from Ms Nichols' question, I would just like to ask how long it will be before we see the implementation of the strategy commence?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the member for his comments and question. As indicated, I intend to publish a comprehensive implementation plan along with the finalised strategy following the consultation process. So, although ambitious, as I've indicated, the strategy will be realistic in what can be achieved, taking account of the funding that's available, and also recognising in terms of capacity that exists within the sector and the ability to deliver in respect of that. That is important for us to take into account. Ultimately, it will be for the executive, however, to decide how much funding it's prepared to allocate to this strategy, and that will necessarily then dictate what can be achieved.
Minister, in regard, and you mentioned resource issues there, the Northern Ireland qualification audit highlighted some significant gaps in the qualifications of the early years workforce. Can you advise just what concrete steps you are taking to fill that particular gap and that void in order to progress and develop that particular area, that particular important sector?
Mr. Speaker, the member's right, and I referenced it to Mr. Brooks, that as we seek to provide support, we also need to be supporting the sector to develop its capacity. As we have an ambition to provide more levels of support, you need to have not just financial resource but human resource available to do that. Some funding has already been provided to the Department for Communities, where they are helping through an academy to help people who are engaged in working in the early years in terms of getting qualifications, accreditation. So we are looking at how we can support organisations to do that. The delivery of this strategy, whilst primarily I have led on it and delivered, I'm also subject to other departments, and I'm grateful for the Communities Minister who stepped forward in order to help facilitate this aspect of the plan that we're taking forward.
Connie Egan.
Number 5, please.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my proposals reflect a clear ambition to ensure that SIA, GCSEs, AS levels and A levels remain relevant both nationally and internationally. Whilst the main consultation is an opportunity for students to inform this proposal, my officials have also been engaging directly with students and young people in a range of settings over the course of the consultation. This engagement includes holding focus group sessions with school students, speaking directly with young people in years 11 to year 14. Officials have also met with representatives of the Secondary Students' Union for Northern Ireland, SSUNI, and in collaboration with the EA have designed a children and young persons version of the consultation questionnaire, which has been shared with youth organisations to allow young people the opportunities to share their views.
Minister, youth engagement on any changes to examination is extremely important. So I'm sure you're aware many young people have raised concerns about the move away from controlled assessment towards more higher stakes examinations. What will you do to ensure that any changes to qualifications will benefit all learners of all abilities?
So it is a really important question, and that's why we are asking for feedback, particularly from pupils. And part of that engagement we have already had indicates that there is a high degree of pressure once you turn year 11, because where you're carrying out that modular approach in some subjects, you're being formally tested in year 11. The more linear approach, obviously, is year 12. And the evidence would show that the linear approach, in terms of the academic results, would be better for those that are following linear rather than modular. So I think we need to just look at what does the evidence show in terms of what are the best educational outcomes in terms of how we follow this, but also it is well documented, and many members in this House have talked, in my view rightly, about the high levels of testing that takes place on our young people. And we are moving in at the sixth form level, where you have a very high level of testing at lower sixth, declaring interest. I had one daughter who has went through her AS levels, doesn't necessarily agree with this proposal either, just to say, and have another one having to do that. So I know the pressure that it puts on them, and often thousands of young people are then repeating the same exams that they've just sat in lower sixth in order to try and improve that in upper sixth. And we also have weeks, indeed quite a number of weeks, that are lost to valuable teaching time, because young people are then off to carry out revision, to sit mocks. That can be for a number of weeks. Then they're off school for a number of weeks to actually sit the exams. It could be up to 7 or 8 weeks where some young people in lower sixth are not in school learning. And I think there's a balance between how much learning time there is and how much focus there is on testing and qualifications. But it's one that I'm open to hear people's views on.
I hope you will listen to the consultation that you're undertaking. You're already saying that in your own House there's some robust feedback, because the real concern is that pursuing a very clear, possibly ideological position on this will create more high-stakes pressure, particularly for vulnerable kids, and indeed kids from working class backgrounds. It's also the case that removing the AS level would make it even harder for northern pupils to get requisite points to get into southern universities. Will you bear both of those points in mind when coming to a conclusion on this?
Yes, and I think the point he makes around the point system, I do have a concern that accessibility into universities in the Republic of Ireland is very difficult for young people here in Northern Ireland. There are challenges. It's something that at a higher educational level, I do think there needs to be work carried out in order to remove those barriers, because there are many young people who would be willing and wanting to study in the Republic of Ireland, but the barriers that are in place in terms of accessibility is challenging. So I've indicated, Mr. Speaker, this is something where there is an emerging view in terms of the evidence base as to why this approach would be a better one to follow, but I also hear the conflicting messages that come particularly from young people around this issue, and we just need to hear that feedback properly and carefully consider all of the responses that we're going to get from the consultation. But I encourage teaching pupils very much engage in this process. It is a consultation for a reason, in order to inform the decision-making process that will then flow after this, and I haven't reached a firm view on this at this stage.
Philip Brett.
Thank you. Can I thank the Minister for his update so far? Would the Minister outline when a decision is likely to be taken, bearing in mind the Minister will take into consideration all the evidence produced before making a final decision?
Mr. Speaker, once the consultation closes, and it's open until the 13th of November, then there will be a period of analysis that officials will carry out. We'll also draw on this analysis and other evidence that I would intend to confirm then my policy framework intentions early in 2026. Once that process is concluded and I've taken decisions in respect of it, SEA regulation would then be required to prepare a regulatory framework from which SEA, the awarding organisation, would undertake a full revision of their qualifications. Previously, that process has taken a minimum of 2 years prior to the rollout of new specifications taking place. And again, I would just emphasise I haven't made decisions in respect of those matters.
Andrew McMurray.
And thank you, Minister. And as the father of a red-headed daughter as well, I'll make no comment on fathers disagreeing with daughters. But on a serious point, how will it be made, or how will young people feed into that consultation on this change? And also, will the Minister listen to the young people that do feed in, especially if they maybe show a bit of disagreement, let's say, with the Minister in this regard?
Well, I didn't realise we had this in common. But yes, there is stakeholder engagement for young people to feed in their views. The consultation is open to everybody to do that, and of course that will all be taken into account and considered. What I would say, this isn't the first time I've had some disagreement in my own house. The mobile phone policy was another one where I had interesting debates in my own house. But having visited, and I just use this as an example, St Ronan's in Lurgan, one of our largest schools in Northern Ireland, who are participating in the mobile phone pilot scheme. Some of those pupils who had apprehension and didn't agree with this now very much are advocates for it. So I appreciate that sometimes people can't see what benefit the change would deliver until you've experienced that change, and that certainly has been the experience of those pupils at St Ronan's in respect of the mobile phone pilot scheme that is rolling out there, and therefore that will all be borne into account where young people can feed into it. But I appreciate that until you actually feel and see that change and the outworkings of it, there'll be an apprehension about what that means.
Question
6.
Sir. Mr Speaker, the pilot bursary scheme for initial teacher education represents a strategic investment in our education system and economy, designed to address critical teacher shortages in key post-primary subjects, namely mathematics, chemistry, physics, computing, technology and design, and in Irish medium education. This substantial financial support totals £8.2 million of investment over a 5-year period, and that will fund over 130 places and is a key commitment in delivering my Transform Ed strategy. From September next year, 2026, eligible students on the PGCE postgraduate certificate in education courses will receive up to £17,000 a year, while Bachelor of Education undergraduates will have their tuition fees paid each year in full at a bursary value of approximately £20,000. By supporting teacher recruitment in these key subjects, we are safeguarding the future in STEM education and ensuring that our young people have access to the full breadth of learning opportunities, as well as supporting post-primary Irish medium education more generally. The pilot scheme will be subject to a full evaluation, and future strategic workforce planning will continue to monitor teacher supply across all subject areas. This will inform any necessary adjustments to ensure that the scheme remains responsive to evolving needs.
Mr McAleer.
Minister for his response, and I should declare an interest as the father of children who have been educated through the Irish medium sector. Minister, on the topic of the staff shortages, I think what is needed is a comprehensive workforce strategy to underpin the growth of the Irish medium sector. And can the Minister confirm that does he intend to support any prospective Irish medium education teachers with bursaries or other financial assistance?
Mr Speaker, and forgive me if I haven't quite followed the question. If the question, and I can be corrected, is to provide support for those who are already within the teaching colleges, no, these are for new teachers. It is in order for where there are shortages, and the shortage in the Irish medium relates to post-primary, and that's why it applies to post-primary, in order to try and make sure we can attract people, and that's why the key subject areas that are being supported is to attract where there's a challenge in attracting people to come in. And I appreciate for those who are currently within our teaching colleges, they I'm sure would want this to apply to them, but we have to target our very limited resources to where there is a critical need, and to ensure that this actually works is to recruit new people into the teaching colleges in these key areas.
What measures will your department adopt to ensure universities and colleges are accountable for encouraging and obliging bursary recipients to actually complete their courses and enter teaching in STEM or Irish medium subjects, and what penalties will apply if they fail to deliver?
Okay, so it's a good question, Mr Speaker, because that's often an issue that we will hear, that we provide financial support, but how do we keep then the young people who have qualified or gained the qualification and almost pay that back to society who helped fund that course? That is very much something that we are looking at. I believe I do have a pathway legally in order to make that a condition upon which you would be granted eligibility for the bursary. So it is currently being worked through the legal side of this aspect, but I do believe we will be able to get that, and that would be for a minimum of a 2-year period.
Topicals, Cara Hunter.
Minister, thank you for your answers so far. As you'll know, at Education Committee we're conducting a special educational needs inquiry, and this morning we had a SENCO on with us who spoke so passionately about the lack of support, pressure felt by SENCOs right across Northern Ireland. She said she feels let down by you, by your department, and the lack of support from the Education Authority. Minister, in your position as the Minister for Education, do you think you're really doing enough to support those staff out there who work with children with special educational needs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd be very keen just to hear exactly what the evidence was that the member has sought to frame in the way that she's just characterised. But what I would say to the member, special educational needs is a huge challenge. We have published a reform agenda, we've published a delivery plan, all worked through. We had the SEN end-to-end review. We've then taken that forward with those various other delivery plans. We've secured funding through the transformation budget of £27 million, albeit as it is not suffice, but it allows us to make progress, and securing placements for a lot of the children with special educational needs has been increasingly difficult over the last 2 years, but nevertheless, through an incredible amount of work and willingness from schools to engage, we've been able to do that. I've also published the SEN capital programme. I've placed it on the agenda for the Executive. It's a £1.7 billion 10-year plan, so it isn't just addressing the short-term responsive challenges, but it's also looking to how we meet the long-term plans. Now, that paper still hasn't been approved to be on the agenda. I know the Deputy First Minister has approved it. I certainly would like it to be approved in order for the Executive to support that paper, because I think that would be a demonstration of our commitment to supporting those, especially our teachers who are involved with providing that critical work for children with special educational needs.
Perhaps I'll expand a little further. She said it took 1 hour and 1 minute on hold to be put through to a support worker to provide support for a child with complex needs, only to be told a staff member wasn't at their desk. And in the same breath, Minister, we have parents taken to court here in Northern Ireland for a child with special educational needs who isn't attending school. They're not getting the right support. Do you think the work that you've done is acceptable, or what are you going to do about it?
So I've just outlined the work that we have been doing, and I would commend that response to her. So having met with quite a number of principals and SENCOs in schools, I agree the amount of time that SENCOs have to spend in completing educational statements, trying to advocate for resources to be provided to our children is excessive. That is a process issue when it comes to the Education Authority, and I very much welcome the Education Committee looking at this area, because I have sought to shine a spotlight on how I can make improvements and support those within the education system. I think this is very much a welcome opportunity for the Education Committee to carry out that work. That will help me, but more importantly, it will help those children and young people. So there is another piece of work where I will take another paper to the Executive in respect of special educational needs, because increasingly principals can demonstrate that where they have flexibility and allocation of resources when it comes to the employment and recruitment of the appropriate staff, there are better ways to do that than the current system allows. And we need to find ways to empower schools to be able to take those decisions, so that can be more timely, less bureaucratic in terms of the processes that need to be followed to secure additional support, and that will ultimately lead to a better educational outcome for the children. And I think that is what ought to drive the processes around special educational needs. What is in the best interests of the children and young people that we have to support? And I'll be bringing a paper to the Executive shortly in respect of how we can do that.
Guy Middleton.
Can you provide an update in relation to last week's decision by the High Court in relation to the 2 Bangor schools who were seeking to transform to integrated status?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the member for that question, and you will note that a decision was made by the High Court not to grant leave for full judicial review of my decisions on the development proposals for the 2 Bangor schools that wish to transform to integrated status. The Court's comprehensive judgment answers many of the questions that members raised at the time concerning my decisions and criticisms that were made of the decisions that I took. It also confirms that I acted within the law. and within the powers given to me under the Education Reform Order of 1989, and also the Alliance's Integrated Education Act of 2022, as I am required to do, and that my interpretation of the law, particularly around the requirement for reasonable numbers of pupils from both Protestant and Catholic backgrounds, was correct. I cannot approve a proposal for a school to transform to integrated status unless I consider it likely that reasonable numbers of both Protestant and Catholic pupils presently exist or will be achieved. This was confirmed in the judgment. I did not want my decisions to end up in court, and I'm disappointed that they did, particularly given the judge observed that the judicial review, when carefully examined, was an attempt by some proponents of integrated education to effect a reversal of the realistic stance taken by me. Nevertheless, I welcome the clear and comprehensive ruling by the High Court, and I remain committed to encouraging, facilitating and supported integrated education as defined in the law. This ruling sets a significant precedent for future integrated education proposals and reaffirms the importance of legal and evidential rigour in shaping Northern Ireland's educational landscape. The full comprehensive judgment is available to read on the Judiciary NI website.
Mr Middleton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for that response. Minister, your critics have been loud and they've been dramatic, but they've also been completely and shamefully wrong. Minister, have you received an apology from any of those members who have been critical of your decision in January?
Well, Mr Speaker, I have not yet received an apology, but I've no doubt when those who earlier in the year have the opportunity to read the full judgment, they will be in touch. Professional courtesy would demand no less. But I want to assure those members that I will accept any such apologies, and I will not then take every opportunity to point out their errors at every opportunity. If members are unclear about who is required to apologise, they should feel free to speak with me, as I've compiled a comprehensive and extensive list. I don't want to single out MLAs today, but one suggested they were disappointed at my misreading of the Act. Mr Speaker, you would be surprised if you knew who said that, given their role in drafting the bill. Or perhaps you would not. And another said the Minister seems to have got hung up on one particular criterion. To say these comments have not aged well may be regarding as something of an understatement.
Philip Brett.
Minister, can I congratulate you on your court victory last week? It was a clear and decisive victory for the decision that you took, and I look forward to your appearance at the Education Committee tomorrow, when I'm sure those who were incorrect will point out the errors of their ways. Minister, they said you read the law incorrectly. They were wrong then. The court said they were wrong. Do you agree that they were still wrong?
Yes, Mr Speaker, but he is tempting me to criticise in particular, and there are others, and this will come not today, but I'm going to resist the temptation to criticise my good friends over in the Alliance Party. I'll resist it today. Rather, I'll simply quote directly from the decision of the High Court, and I quote, "The Minister cannot be faulted for concentrating on the key issue in this case and addressing the matter which in essence operates as a knockout blow to any proposal. The Minister cannot in law approve a proposal unless he considers it likely that reasonable numbers presently exist or will be achieved. The Minister determined that he could not be so satisfied, and even if a heavy-handed review was permitted, it would be hard to find fault with the Minister's reasoning, let alone conclude that it was irrational or Wednesbury unreasonable."
Given the clear judgment, could you articulate to the House when you will then set out your future policy decisions in relation to reasonable numbers, so we can make sure that there are no further erroneous, politically motivated court cases which are wasting taxpayers' money to cover up from a terrible bill passed by this Assembly, railroaded through by the Alliance Party?
Mr Speaker, can I thank the member for his question? Consideration of reasonable numbers is guided by the legislative framework set out in the Education Reform Order of 1989 and the Alliance Party's Integrated Education Act of 2022 and the Principles of Integrated Education. As a general principle, my department will expect schools to transform to integrated status to demonstrate the ability to attract at least 10% of their Year 1 or Year 8 intake from the minority religion in the first year of transformation. Alternatively, schools should aim for 15% of the combined number of Protestant and Catholic pupils in Year 1 or Year 8. And evidence must also be provided that this proportion is likely to increase over the next 7 years, with the aspiration of achieving a reasonable balance between the two groups. While flexibility will be applied to account for local circumstances, I would highlight that the underlying rationale of integrated education is to ensure a reasonable balance that promotes equality. The aspiration remains to move towards the NICE recommended 40-40-20 balance of Protestant, Catholic and others over time, though it is acknowledged that this may not always be immediately achievable. And Mr Speaker, I would refer members to the written ministerial statement where I address the issue of reasonable numbers, and there will also be a written ministerial statement in respect of this court judgment issuing to this Assembly imminently.
The Children's Law Commission, the Children's Law Centre and the Children's Commissioner have now withdrawn from the Department's Task and Finish Group on restraint and seclusion. They've stated broken promises and long-standing concerns around human rights. Can the Minister explain why his department, as of last week, hadn't responded to correspondence from these two organisations from the 13th of August?
Well, Mr Speaker, not only have these two organisations withdrawn, I think other organisations had also withdrawn from a health perspective as well. I think it's really disappointing that they did withdraw. I think when people walk away from the table and no longer wish to engage, it does a disservice to the important issues that we've been trying to deal with. I think this is a very sensitive issue. I have heard often the challenges that some of our young people have faced, but I've also heard the very difficult challenges that many in our school settings face, and therefore trying to strike the right balance is one that absolutely will be grounded on human rights, but all human rights of those who are impacted. And I think that the Children's Commissioner, the Children's Law Centre and others should not have withdrawn. It's a matter for them to explain why they have, but I think that was a retrograde step and not something that I would certainly support.
Mr. Sheehan.
I thank the member for that answer.
And I ask, but in any event, the RCN has now been joined by the Children's Commissioner and the Children's Law Centre, and these are organisations that deal with children's rights, and they have accused you, Minister, of ignoring human rights and exposing children with SEN to potential unlawful use of force. Is it not now time for you, Minister, to accept that this process has lost all credibility and all legitimacy?
So, Mr Speaker, I don't accept that at all, and nor do the school principals and the teaching professionals who take a different view to the Children's Commissioner, to the Children's Law Centre and to the RNC. They don't agree with that analysis either, and I ask the member, has he listened to the teaching profession? Has he listened to those who have to give operational effect within their school settings to the very difficult circumstances that they have to take? I would be very interested to know the position of the member if he has listened to those principals and if he has made the same comments to them as he's making in this chamber today. This is an issue that I think is difficult to navigate. It is one where we need to find the right balance. We need to know, and those who operate need to have clarity, and therefore it will be my intention to produce guidance, but that guidance would have been much better informed by health professionals and the Children's Commissioner and the Children's Law Centre being engaged in the process rather than withdrawing for the process and wanting to run to the media to make commentary. Instead, they should have remained engaged, and that would have had a better outcome when it comes to the final guidance that I'll be publishing.
Okay, that draws to a conclusion. The time for questions to the Minister for Education. We have an urgent oral. If you just take your ease for a moment whilst we change the desk.
Okay, members. Matthew O'Toole has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Finance. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who has tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, could you please read the question?
To ask the Minister of Finance to outline how compensation claims arising from the PSNI data breach will be paid.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Finance.
It's regrettable that the Chief Secretary to the Treasury has declined the Executive's request for access to the reserve for costs associated with the PSNI data breach. It remains my view that exceptional and unavoidable nature of these costs meets the conditions of our reserve claim. There are people and families impacted by this data breach, and we all need to be mindful of the effect this has had on them. Significant information was supplied supporting our case for access to the reserve. This included outlining the extremely challenging budgetary position the Executive faces and how having to meet these costs would add further to the pressures public services are currently under. As recently as last Friday at the Finance Interministerial Standing Committee, I pressed the Chief Secretary to the Treasury on this. I will continue to press the Treasury to reconsider this decision. Executive colleagues have been kept informed of the position. I remain committed to working with all ministers to consider how this financial pressure is to be managed. It's not clear when this cost will crystallise, given the ongoing legal proceedings. Once these are concluded, I will be able to consider the budgetary implications along with my Executive colleagues.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, it's clearly right that our first thoughts are with the affected PSNI officers and staff, but let's be absolutely clear, this is another shambles. In fact, we only found out about this because a letter was leaked to the media, but presumably your department has known about this for weeks. So, Minister, can I ask you, is this another example on your watch, like the A5, of basic work simply not being done? Your predecessor got a no to this reserve claim a year ago. What happened in the subsequent year to make your department think that that answer would change, and when will we have clarity over how these costs will be met, because this is, at the minute, a shambles?
Minister.
I think what's required from this chamber today is unity of purpose and a unified approach to the Treasury, and to send a clear message from this chamber and elsewhere that the Executive should have access to the reserve, and that bid meets the requirements of a reserve claim, and given the substantial pressures the Executive is under, that the reserve claim is met. So look, there'll always be a wee bit of party politics in here. It's the nature of the game we're all involved in. But I think today, if we have a unified voice, it'll be much more beneficial to the Executive, broader public services, and ensuring this claim is met. I informed my Executive colleagues on the same day I was informed of the Treasury bid, on the 1st of October. I have been working since then to try and get this decision overturned. I was conscious, and always conscious, that I was meeting the Chief Secretary of the Treasury on Friday in person, and I wanted to make sure I was engaging with him then. It was my intention to inform all members on the committee on Monday. The fact that it got into the press is not of my making. That's for others. Whoever leaked the letter, I don't know who leaked the letter to the press, that's for them to respond to. But let's have a wee bit of political maturity with this one and keep focused on the objective.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jerry Kelly.
And I know the Minister knows that this is much better than a data breach, and may be helpful, and I think he pointed out at the beginning about the police being actually under-resourced, vastly under-resourced. Can the Minister outline what steps he has taken to support the Justice Minister and the Chief Constable to call for additional funding for the PSNI?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. He will be aware, as part of the Executive's discussions last Thursday, and the bid in relation to public pay, the PSNI are included in that discussions and decisions of the Executive last Thursday to meet the PSNI or help meet the PSNI pay bid. I've also indicated and made quite clear that it's my intention, as part of the 3-year budgetary cycle, to make a recommendation to the Executive as part of that budget that the PSNI's sustainability plan is fully funded. I think that's around £200 million over a number of years. There was a business case submitted to my department by the Department of Justice. That business case has been cleared. I think it meets the criteria required, and I hope Executive colleagues support me in that bid to fully fund the PSNI's sustainability plan.
Thank you, Minister. I call Trevor Clark.
The Minister for his answers thus far. I think it's disappointing to hear from a Leader of the Opposition who is actually politicking this point, who's actually not genuinely concerned about the officers and clearly trying to score political points on the basis of that. Minister, it was surprising today to hear, given that, as you have said in relation to your answer, about the quantity or quantum of this claim. Where did the figure from the UK Treasury of 760 million come from, given that none of these, or some of these claims actually aren't even settled at this point?
The figure of £760 million in the Treasury letter refers to the provisional outturns from the departments in relation to the pressures they face. Those pressures will rise and fall as the financial year goes on, and executive colleagues and I as Finance Minister have a responsibility to manage them, and we will continue to manage them. But I do think it was unfortunate that the Treasury took that angle of approach as part of their response to me. The PSNI data breach claim stands on its own. It is exceptional, and in terms of us being able to manage that in the year, it's just simply at this stage not possible. But however, it hasn't crystallised yet. I will continue to engage with executive colleagues, and I will continue to make the case to the Treasury for that reserve claim to be met.
Thank you, Minister. I call Neil McAllister.
So far, Minister, the additional security funding that the UK Government provides is currently not enough, despite having a slight increase, to even meet a fraction of those costs. Do we have any indication from the UK Treasury that there would be another increase in even the additional security funding?
Minister.
I think what we're witnessing, and the fact that this claim has been torn down, is further proof of the significant economic pressures that the British Government is currently under, some of them of their own making, it has to be said, and they're operating within their defined Treasury rules. The margins are so tight that it seems to me incredulous that a sovereign government can't access £119 million in this instance. So I'm not expecting any increase in spending in any area from the current government. We will have more information in those regards as we approach the Treasury. There may be different examples where they will improve funding, but at the moment I think the situation is so bad in the Treasury that we shouldn't be optimistic about anything in terms of increased funding.
I call Doug Beattie.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, the data breach was an unforeseen mistake, and I cannot understand why the Treasury cannot see this as exceptional circumstances. We're all talking about the money for compensation, but can I ask you, have you had any discussions with the Justice Minister to find out what the cost is for welfare for those officers who've been affected by that data breach? The officers, their staff, their families, their children who all may have moved school. If there's any cost to all of that?
Minister.
I've had no direct conversations with the Justice Minister in that regard, but my understanding is that the Chief Constable has admitted liability in this case. Where we are at the moment in terms of the legal proceedings, and I'm not directly involved in the legal proceedings, is that there is current mediation ongoing in relation to the scale of the compensation for each officer and PSNI staff as well, which I assume takes into account all the issues which the member refers to in terms of the impact this has had on those officers and staff within the PSNI.
Thank you, Minister. Glenmore, Patsy McGlone. Manish.
Minister, thank you for that, and I heard you respond to Mr Beattie there on a very specific question in regard to the welfare of officers and their families. Can I ask just what discussions, that is, any discussions or preparations you have had with the Minister for Justice in the course of the last 12 months on this matter?
Minister.
The Justice Minister and I have discussed this matter on a number of occasions, both in person and in correspondence as well, and around the executive table. So there has been ongoing conversations and discussions with myself and the Justice Minister, and also at official level within my department.
Thank you, Minister. I call Gemma Dolan.
And thank you, Minister. Minister, what representations were made to Treasury in relation to the data breach?
Minister.
We submitted an application to the reserve claim which contains substantial information as to why we believe this met the criteria for the reserve claim, setting out the unexpected nature of it and the uncertainty as to when the actual costs will crystallise as well. as I've said, I'm of the view that this does meet the criteria, unfortunately, and I think it's a financial decision in the Treasury rather than a procedural decision in the Treasury, because they are in such stringent position through their own, some of it through their own making, and their own rules which they have been rigidly sticking to. But I think a strong case has been made both in writing and verbally to the Treasury.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diane Forsyth.
Well, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber on this question today. I think that the unfortunate media narrative today is fuelled by somewhat confusion of a number of issues with the PSNI. We've got the 200 million sustainability plan, we've got the PSNI pay, then we've got the data breach cost, and I just want to echo what the Minister said, that it's really important that we unite and show that this Assembly supports the PSNI. But I want to ask, Minister, have you any idea how much of this will crystallise in 25-26, and is £119 million a cautious estimate, or would that be realistic?
Minister?
It's best estimate at this moment in terms of the business case we have received from Justice. I simply don't know when it will crystallise. There is ongoing engagement at a legal level. I understand there's another court hearing in November time around these matters, and colleagues will be aware that when legal engagement takes place, it may take more time than was ever expected around these matters. So I'll await on the crystallisation of the figure, and then I'll continue to engage, I have to say, with executive colleagues as to how we find the funding for it.
Thank you, Minister. I call Connie Egan.
Minister, this is a disappointing day for the PSNI. Can I ask the justification you received from Treasury, if you could elaborate on that, as to what they put forward as to why they rejected this, and also what your next steps are, and particularly if you aren't successful in convincing them to overturn this decision?
Minister.
The position of the Treasury is that we should have set aside monies for this claim on the basis that we knew there was a claim lodged. Now, that's somewhat contradictory to the rules under which we operate, because we can't hold a reserve. Given the financial constraints all the departments find themselves in, I thought it was, as did the Executive, I thought it was only right and proper in May to issue a monitoring round and help departments face the pressure they are under. So that's the rationale under which the Treasury have given me for not supporting the bid, though I believe that it's just simply they are in such stringent times that it speaks volumes about the state of the economy in Britain. But also in terms of how are we going to find the funding for this, that's part of the process of discussions I and my executive colleagues are going to have once this figure crystallises. I'm conscious it's coming at us. I'm constantly engaging with my officials around it on what we can do, what other options are available to us, but we have to wait on the figure crystallising first.
Thank you, Minister. I call Alan Chambers.
Speaker, just recently I engaged with the Minister of Justice and asked her what were her options for securing the money for this compensation, and she said that under no circumstances could her department budget meet it. She said that she would continue to engage with the Department of Finance in terms of trying to get additional funding from the Executive or the HM Treasury. But it now appears that the Treasury they've slammed the door in the Minister's face and in this Assembly's face, and it's having a devastating effect on the morale of the PSNI. There? Can I ask the Minister, where do we go from here?
Well, I'll continue to press the Treasury in regard to this matter, and I will also engage with my executive colleagues for contingency plans around it. But if we have to find the funding within the Executive, it is going to cause significant challenges for other public services. So we have to work our way through that, see in terms of how and when we can deliver the funding moving forward.
I call Mark Durkin.
Could you show this will indeed prove challenging for the Executive, but it can't have come as a complete surprise given that the answer was no last year, and I'm not sure how the landscape would have particularly changed this year. The feedback that you referred to in your response to Ms Egan, Minister, Was that, I suppose, regarding the discrete data breach element of the bid, or was it like a blanket ask and a blanket answer?
Minister.
The only bid I've made to the reserve claim is for the PSNI data breach. There's no broader bid in terms of other elements and pressures facing the executive at this stage. So the only response I've got to is the question I've asked: can I access the Treasury Reserve in relation to the PSNI data breach? And the answer thus far is no.
Call Timothy Gosson.
Very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. In a meeting with the Assistant Chief Constable last week, he outlined that the estimated cost to deal with the data breach as a collective was in the region of 110 million. Due to the money not being available, it is now estimated to cost between 220 million and 330 million as claims are being taken individually. Is the Caretaker Minister for Justice making any provision in this year to deal with these claims, or is the Executive solely adopting the Oliver Twist approach as per usual and putting the hand out for more?
Minister.
We're adopting the same approach as other devolved institutions adopt and Whitehall departments adopt in relation to requests to access the reserve. The same approach as all those bodies take. I don't think it's helpful to bandy around figures. Well, it might be this and it might be the other. It might be any of those, it might be more. I have to deal with the reality that's in front of me, as does the Executive. There is ongoing mediation between representatives of both sides to this, and I'll await those mediations are completed and a figure is given to me as Finance Minister, or given to the Justice Minister, should I say, and then the Executive has a job of work to do.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes this item of business. Point of order.
Thank you. The Minister said in his remarks that the Executive cannot hold a reserve. That is true in a literal sense. But for the record, it is true that the Executive can centrally hold items in its budget for specific projects. It does this all the time, so it's not correct to say that there was no means of holding this budget, though I accept the preference would have been that the Treasury provided the money.
Sorry. It's not a point of order, okay? And he knows it's not a point of order, okay? We'll have to get a standing order for show voting. Anyway, that concludes this item of business. Would members please take your ease? Thank you.
Members, the next item of business is a motion on reducing the level of unpaid rates. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses concern that over £82 million in rates bills have been written off by the Department of Finance in the last 6 years, with over £145 million remaining unpaid as of 31st of August 2025, believes it is unfair that law-abiding businesses and households pay their rates while others have their slate wiped clean, notes that uncontrolled rates debt is a barrier to maximising funding available for vital public services, calls on the Minister of Finance to tangibly increase the target figures for gross collectible rates operated by Land and Property Services, and further calls on the Minister to present a range of new and concrete proposals to reduce the level of rates that are unpaid or written off over the next 5 years.
Thank you. I call Diane Forsyth to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In Northern Ireland, rates are the main lever the Northern Ireland Executive has to raise its revenue, and the rates bill is one well known to every home and business across the province, a necessary pain to all in that they are required by law to pay to bring in around £1.5 billion for the year to pay for public services here. A great deal of effort goes into valuing homes, setting the rates bills and determining policies on relief. And after the bills are set, taxpayers in Northern Ireland expect Land and Property Services to make every effort to collect everything that is owed to the government. However, the figures around rate collection continue to be disappointing. With £18 million of unpaid rates written off in 24-25, that brings the total of unpaid rates written off in the past 6 years up to £82 million, and this is a terrible statistic that requires urgent action. Departments are operating within highly constrained budgets with huge financial pressures on our public services. Even a small proportion of unpaid rates not recovered by LPS could be used to fund projects and maintenance across the country. It's unfair that law-abiding people pay their rates whilst others fail to pay and have their slate wiped clean. As of September 2025, LPS reported that unpaid rates arrears carried forward were £145.4 million. The Finance Minister reported that £73.6 million of this is still being examined for potential legal action, and the question must be asked of the Minister and of LPS as why it has been deemed acceptable to deprioritise recovering almost half of the total unpaid rates in Northern Ireland to date. People are clearly struggling to pay the rate bills they already face. Businesses are closing and many sectors are on their knees. The DUP is committed to delivering for hard-pressed working families in Northern Ireland and has demonstrated that time and time again. As we continue to support the squeezed middle who are trying their best to pay their rates, it is unfair that the Finance Minister seems to think that the only way which the financial pressures can be met is by raising rates cap and ending early payment discount. These measures would increase the burden on many households and punish those who sensibly make preparations to pay their rates each spring, whilst turning a blind eye to those who are not paying the rates bills that are already being billed to them. This is a concerning message to the public, leaving many feeling frustrated. Uncollected rates debt is a barrier to us maximising the funding available for vital public services here in Northern Ireland. Now, it is welcome that the vast majority of rates are collected on time by LPS, but the commitment by LPS to see 93% of the total rates bill to be successfully collected is frustrating, as I believe the target should be 100% always, or at the very least as close to it as possible. Why would you not target full collection of the bills that you have calculated by such a comprehensive method? Why would you not choose to show the public that you are committed to achieving full collection and set an aspirational target? For example, in the 24-25 financial year, where the target was 93% collection, if approximately £1.5 billion is calculated as the total rates charged and due, setting out at a 93% target collection rate means that £105 million is already expected not to be collected. What sort of a tone is that setting? We need to pause and really look at these significant values, seeing write-offs of £82 million, huge arrears of £145 million, and the fact that operationally, beginning the year, expecting to fail to collect in the region of £105 million. These numbers are huge. Think of those and then think of the financial pressures that we see facing our Northern Ireland budget. What would those tens and hundreds of millions of pounds do for our public services or for our people? We are under no illusion that in the current economic climate, many hard-working people, families and businesses right across Northern Ireland are encountering challenges in paying their rates. We are not unsympathetic to the concerns, but for those who repeatedly or willfully fail to meet their obligations, to be effectively let off the hook sends out a message that we should not be sending to the thousands of hard-working ratepayers across Northern Ireland. The collection of rates should be on a level playing field, with every household and every business treated fairly and equitably. And we call on the Minister of Finance to tangibly increase the target figure for the gross collectible rates operated by Land and Property Services. We also call on the Minister to present a range of new and concrete proposals to reduce the level of rates that are unpaid or written off over the next 5 years to address some of people's key concerns, including these. Can the Finance Minister provide evidence that his rate recovery action plan is working? Will he commit to increasing the number of cases pursued through the courts? Has he any plans to review current criteria for write-offs? Does he intend to benchmark future collective targets with other jurisdictions? I ask, how will the Minister ensure that there's regional balance to unpaid rates recovery also, given that in some constituencies the level of unpaid rates arrears appears disproportionate per size of population, and in others the reduction in arrears has been stagnant? The collection of rates in every corner of Northern Ireland should be on a level playing field, with every household and every business treated fairly and equitably. I welcome the Minister's progression of the strategic review of the rate system in Northern Ireland. It is long overdue. We need to see a common sense approach to how individuals and businesses are charged rates. The people of Northern Ireland deserve a fair system, and I look forward to seeing how a difference will be made to many people and to the economy here. However, a 10-year span is too slow. We need to see change now, or there will be no businesses left open in some sectors. Strong voices from the Federation of Small Businesses, from Retail NI, Hospitality Ulster, community pharmacies and many more are shouting loudly about how the rates that they are charged impede their trading or how they operate, and it is devastating. In conclusion, we brought this motion to note our serious concern over high levels of unpaid rates written off, sitting as arrears, and call upon the Finance Minister to take action now as we in the DUP continue to support the hard-pressed middle who are trying their best to pay their rates. It is unfair that the Finance Minister's approach to tackle the financial pressures is by continuing to increase rates bills for some while appearing to turn a blind eye to others who are not paying their rates bills. It is time that we saw a change. I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you. I call Deirdre Hargey.
And thank you to the proposers for this motion and I suppose the important issues that it raises. Sinn Féin fully recognises that rates are a vital source of public revenue. They are the only form of local taxation available to us here, and that does mean that we have to look at this critically. We have to get the system right and ensure that rates are collected fairly, efficiently and in a way that supports rather than burdens families and local businesses. This has been the priority of the Minister. Years of Tory austerity that seen public services ripped apart and stripped of vital resources and funding, global economic uncertainty and failures have contributed to increased pressures on many households here to meet their essential needs, and particularly as we're going through another cost of living crisis. Many businesses have also faced difficulties and some have failed and, like households, have struggled under the pressure. The Minister of Finance is taking real and practical steps to tackle these challenges and ensuring that the most vulnerable aren't further impacted. Firstly, in the 24-25 period saw the highest ever level of rates collected here in the North, and this is a positive note that reflects the focused work of the Department and LPS to improve billing, collections and recovery. In the last financial year, 1.63 billion in rates was also collected. Also, the Minister has ensured that support for those who need it most has been maintained and strengthened, and this includes the continuation of the rural ATM, which helps sustain important local services within our rural communities, and as a committee we heard about that in recent months. Ongoing rates relief for low-income households, protecting the most vulnerable within our communities and families from excessive burdens. The Finance Minister has also seen an overview of the strategic review of the rating system, which is examining the system in its entirety and to look at the form of rate relief that's offered, currently looking at the vacant property charges and looking at other issues as well. The Finance Committee had briefings just within the last couple of months and indeed even within the last week looking at this reform programme going forward. And indeed the Finance Minister has also been engaging with the committee and is due in again before the Christmas recess. Sinn Féin welcomes this forward-looking approach by the Minister. It recognises that while the collection must improve the system itself, it must also be fair, it must be transparent and adapted to the realities faced by ratepayers, whilst ensuring that our most vulnerable are protected. And I think there has to be a question around those who do have the broadest shoulders in terms of how they do have a responsibility to burden some of that also. And it's about doing that in a fair and in a balanced way as well. That if you do have a bigger income, if you do have a bigger home, then you need to be paying higher rates, and we need to be looking at more mitigations for those that are struggling and can't meet their bills. One of the most important points I want to make today is about the balance, and as the Minister outlined, nearly 13 million is currently being repaid through active payment plans, helping people to meet their obligations in a way that's manageable, that's responsible for government pursuing what's owed without punishing people who are already struggling. It is simply unfair that many families and businesses pay their rates on time, often under great financial pressure, while others avoid their responsibility. This does undermine confidence in the system. But at the same time, not all unpaid rates are the result of avoidance or unwillingness to pay. It is down to some of the realities, as I spoke about earlier, that they're facing around the cost of living, even around, I suppose, interventions that the British government have made and the impact that that has on our small and medium businesses as well. So the solution must be a balanced one of enforcement and recovery where appropriate, but also one of compassion, of support, and where we are putting those support measures in for those who are struggling to pay. This is the approach that Sinn Féin sees, and it's the approach that Minister O'Dowd is delivering. And in fact, when you look at the full picture and context, the numbers tell a different story. Over the last 6 years, over 8 billion has been collected, with uncollected amounts totalling around 2%. We are also aware that arrears are reducing, and last year, as I say, we saw the biggest increase in rates collection, and that shows the interventions that are being introduced are working. So in conclusion, this is not about blame, it's about responsibility and solutions, to recognise that progress is being made, and we all want to build a fairer, stronger rate system that supports public services, but importantly treats people with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And domestic and non-domestic rates revenue is a crucial source of income and the most significant of all lever available to the Executive to raise funding for frontline public services, generating around 1.6 billion during the last financial year alone. The increase in unpaid rates in recent years is undoubtedly the result of a challenging economic environment, with the higher cost of living and doing business weighing heavily on many ratepayers. It is welcome, however, and must be acknowledged that at the end of August, the volume of unpaid rates carried forward in that year had fallen, with £59 million moving through legal recovery panels, almost £74 million being examined for potential legal action within the current rating year, and almost £13 million being the subject of active payment plans. LPS must be robust and rigorous in pursuing those who refuse to pay, including through the courts where necessary, and this is particularly pertinent in the context of increased financial pressures facing our public services. But it is also essential that LPS continues to offer affordable, longer-term repayment arrangements in those cases where households and businesses are genuinely struggling to pay. Otherwise, we could see some of those businesses going to the wall, and that ultimately costing more to the public purse in the long run. We have to make a distinction between those who can't pay and those who won't pay, with a fair and proportionate response taken as a result. Whilst some unpaid rates are related to avoidance, others are as a result of legitimate businesses going to the wall, and the £82 million written off over the past 6 years has been mentioned already by the proposer of the motion. And I would be curious if the Minister could set out any more detail in terms of the composition of that £82 million, because I suspect a significant portion of that will be as a result of businesses who have gone bankrupt and where there is nothing to legally recover. Whilst the level of unpaid rates is undoubtedly a serious issue which needs to be tackled, it is not the core source of our financial challenges as an executive. That's why Alliance has continued to call for a short, sharp, independent and holistic review of rating reliefs to ensure that the system is progressive, fair, fit for purpose and able to support the needs of our public services alongside economic growth. The 10-year strategic review of rating policy announced by the previous Finance Minister clearly falls short of that aim. The lack of independence will impact confidence in its recommendations. The piecemeal approach will impact its ability to recommend meaningful change, and the long timeline invariably means that the socio-economic environment will have changed dramatically by the time that review is complete. And it is clear, based on the number of businesses that are struggling, that there is a need for additional support in key sectors like hospitality, retail, leisure and childcare in particular. It is a missed opportunity, Deputy Speaker, that even the most modest reforms to our rating system to make the system fair and to raise additional revenue for public services have not been achieved since this Assembly was restored. I do believe, as a progressive politician, that those with the broadest shoulders ought to bear the greatest burden, and we have to take steps that protect the most vulnerable whilst raising the investment that our public services need. It is not good enough for parties to simply come to this chamber and bemoan lack of investment from Westminster whilst refusing to take any responsibility and take action with the powers that we do have. Though I have to acknowledge, in fairness to the Minister, that there have been consultations undertaken and proposals brought to the Executive which have not been supported, so it is not necessarily for complete lack or for complete want of trying from the Department on this occasion. What hope is there, Deputy Speaker, for any serious transformation of our finances, or indeed for any greater fiscal devolution, if we cannot achieve political consensus about even the most basic of changes to our rating system? So, in closing, Alliance will support the motion, as we absolutely support the need to tackle unpaid rates in Northern Ireland, but that has to happen in a context of much needed and long overdue reform to our rating system. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I'm sure others are, we will support the motion so far as it goes. We have no profound issues with clamping down on the level of unpaid rates. It's something that should be obvious. I think it's worth saying that some of the statements made around, as it were, lambasting, I will not defend, but offer some plea and mitigation for LPS and the department here. Not all tax collecting, rates collecting, revenue collecting authorities, in fact very few, target or achieve 100% of collection. The tax gap in broad terms in the UK is about 5%. So I don't think we should assume that not believing you're going to get 100% is necessarily evidence of a profound failing by the department. That being said, there is a significant stock of uncollected rates. It has come down significantly by, I think, from 180 odd million to about 110 from when we first returned last year and discussed this. So no particular issue supporting the motion. However, I do think the broader point I would make, and my party would make, is that this is in the context of us not taking the power that is at our fingertips. I believe, as a progressive centre-left politician, and also as someone who believes in devolution, and ultimately someone who believes about power being exercised on this island rather than in London and in Whitehall, that we should be taking more power over the revenue we raise, that we should be using every single opportunity we have to exploit and maximise the powers that are at our fingertips in the here and now. And to be honest, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we simply aren't doing that at all. This motion is effectively saying we should stretch ourselves a little bit more to collect a little bit more of the revenue that we're owed. Grand, no issue with that. In fact, there are loads of instances, including in my constituency, where rates reliefs have been applied totally inappropriately. I have mentioned in this chamber multiple times the preposterous situation in the preposterously named Tribeca in the middle of the Cathedral Quarter, where properties have been left to fall into dereliction and been given rates holidays by LPS. Only after questions were asked by me and others was that undone. But when it comes to the powers we have pressed consistently for more ambition from this minister, for more fiscal devolution and indeed more local revenue raising. That's not because we love the idea of taxation for its own sake, it's because we believe in taking responsibility here. There's a huge amount in this chamber of blame shifting and responsibility shifting. Someone in London has to do something, another party in the executive needs to do something, other people, someone somewhere else is always to blame for something. The public out there want us to take responsibility. I'd like us ultimately to take the ultimate responsibility and build a new Ireland on this island. But until then, I'd like a Sinn Féin Finance Minister to explain to us how he and the Executive are going to take more power over revenue. At the minute, we have something called a rates review cycle. It's on, Mr Deputy Speaker, a 10-year horizon for rates, a 10-year horizon. That is completely preposterous. Preposterous that we are talking about waiting a decade before taking any meaningful step. I know the Minister has made some steps towards changes to the rate system. I would like to hear when that's going to be discussed at the Executive. We understood it was going to happen either last week or this week, specifically measures on changes to non-domestic rating and also the cap on early repayment and the cap on domestic rates. Can you give us an update today on whether that is happening and when we're going to get a clear decision? Will it happen in time for the multi-year budget later this year and therefore for collection in next year's rates bills? Furthermore, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I also ask when we're actually going to get a coherent plan for revenue raising and fiscal devolution in order to meet the challenges that we have in terms of our public services
the motion relates
our
to uncollected
economy?
rates, and if we could confine our comments.
I understand that, Mr Deputy Speaker, but as the previous Speaker also made clear, these are things that are inherently linked, because how we raise revenue and the amount of revenue we have to spend is inherently linked to the amount of unspent rates. So this is the point I'm making. If we want to deliver against a set of priorities, if we want to rescue our public services, if we want to invest in our infrastructure, we're going to need to have a plan. Hopefully we'll get a multi-year budget and investment strategy at some point this year. We assume, because we hear it constantly in this chamber, and it's right, that London doesn't give us enough money, and our financing model is broken because we have to go to London for reserve claims and to get our funding. I don't want that in the long term. I know the Finance Minister doesn't want it either. But in the short term and in the medium term, why don't we take more power here? Why don't we raise more of our local revenue? Why don't we have a bit more ambition in terms of taking power into our own hands? I think that is a noble aspiration. I think it's a practical, essential imperative. So let's hear from the Finance Minister what he intends to do to raise more revenue locally in the short and medium term. And by all means, in the meantime, let's also collect the unpaid rates.
Thank you, and thank you for returning to the topic of the motion in the order paper. Members will note that some latitude is given. They might also want to note that latitude might not express to two-thirds of their speech. I call Jim Dolan.
I'll get last Concordia. As has been said, rates are a vital source of revenue for the Executive and our local councils, which are used to support the delivery of public services. Given the limited taxation levers available to us as a devolved assembly, I welcome the strategic review of rating, which is looking at measures such as increasing the maximum rates cap from £400,000 to £485,000, which will generate more income in a way which is progressive. The Finance Minister has also been able to maintain a considerable level of rate support despite the challenging fiscal circumstances we are facing, such as the Back in Business scheme, which encourages the use of retail space in our towns and villages, and the rates exemption for rural ATMs, which continues to play a significant role in maintaining access to cash in my own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. I'm also conscious that there are many families who have been facing extremely difficult financial circumstances in recent years due to numerous factors such as the pandemic and the cost of living crisis. These circumstances will undoubtedly have contributed to these unpaid rates bills we are speaking of today, and despite this, the overall collected rate has increased to a record amount in 2025 of £1.6 billion. While I believe in compassion and rate support measures which support those on low incomes and encourage investments in businesses and jobs, it's also imperative that LPS proactively work to recover all the rates that are owed in a fair manner, and that legal action is taken for those who continue to refuse to pay. Garmayagat.
Call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I join with my party colleagues in bringing this motion to the Assembly today, highlighting a very significant issue as part of the wider conversation on revenue raising. The figures outlined within the motion and supplied by way of previous answer by the Department are astounding, particularly when viewed in the context of what it takes to operate some of our frontline public services across Northern Ireland. The current landscape of our public finances was acknowledged within the Programme for Government, which highlighted that there is not enough funding for services to meet the needs of people here, and our ability to deliver on all of our priorities is dependent on the availability of funds. In light of this, the Department has been engaged in a review of rating and has been consulting on proposed changes. It is unfortunate that similar industry has not been procured on the issue of recouping unpaid rates. To do so would be to provide a much fairer and more sustainable means of increasing revenue without placing additional burdens on those who already meet their obligations. The Finance Minister and his predecessor have pointed to favourable trajectories in the past in respect of annual recovery figures. However, there has been little by way of new concrete proposals published by a department to systematically combat this issue. £145 million remains unpaid as of 31st of August 25. If the department and the Minister are to get serious with those flouting the law and significantly reducing this figure, in the incoming years we must see a doubling down on processes and procedures and tangible action, such as an increase on the target figure for gross collectible rates for Northern Ireland, which still remains considerably lower than other jurisdictions at 93%, compared to 96% in England, for example, as has already been highlighted in the debate. I would also be interested to hear from the Minister on the matter of disparities across council districts, where disproportionality appears to exist between the level of unpaid rates against population data and how the Department intends to combat such regional imbalance. Sinn Féin made much of austerity in the past. We all know the impact that the cost of living crisis continues to have on our citizens. Yet the Department seem more interested in crippling ordinary, decent people with even higher bills instead of getting tough on those who think the rules don't apply to them. Scrapping the early payment discount, raising rates cap or removing business support should not be our primary focus until such times as uncollected rates debt is sufficiently addressed. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. The DUP will fight for hard-pressed working families. Those who make preparation and pay their bills on time shouldn't be required to pick up the tab for those who don't. I'm almost finished, but I certainly will, just when I come to the end, okay? Those who repeatedly and willfully fail to meet their obligations to LPS should not be let off the hook. There is onus on the Minister to show good functioning governance and equality on this issue, to ensure that every possible effort to collect that which is owing to the government and to tackle the scourge once and for all. And yes, I will give way. Thank you.
I thank the member for taking an intervention, and I absolutely agree that everybody should pay their rates. But would the member agree with me that some of those who have been unable to pay their rates are hard-working, decent people that just have been unable to pay their rates?
There's an extra minute.
I would agree with the member. Surely there are those cases, and there is, in effect, things that cater for that. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Timothy Gaston.
Principal, or Deputy Speaker, should I say, elevated you there. This motion is very topical as the Executive scrambles to solve some of its money woes as we approach the point of struggling to keep the lights on and to keep services functioning. For me, this motion touches on 4 groups of people which give context to the problems faced by the Department in trying to recover this money. I think of my constituent in Cullybecky who owns her own home and through no fault of her own had to retire early from her job. Sadly, this lady can't gain employment and due to a small private pension doesn't qualify for universal credit nor get help from PIP. Until this lady reaches state pension age, she will have to continue to stretch her money as far as she can to pay a little of her rates bill to keep the wolves from the door, while choosing every day between paying all of her rates or heating her home and having food in the cupboard. If this person hadn't have worked all her life, she would be entitled to universal credit, and then she would have qualified for getting her rates paid for her. The second grouping of people is those who, through unforeseen circumstances, have been unable to pay their rates bills, and their debt has spiralled as a result to the point where the only option is bankruptcy. I presume this is the group most responsible for the 82 million of debt written off. The third grouping of people is who have moved out of their own homes due to the poor condition that they've got into and stopped paying their rates as a result. Even though these houses are now empty, rates remain payable until the house is either toppled or becomes that badly dilapidated that it can't be repaired and condemned as a result. This brings me to my fourth grouping of people. These are the people who have the resources but through poor financial management haven't paid their rates bills. The Department needs to use all resources at its disposal to ensure these rates are paid in full as a priority. The best example I can give relates to an office in my own constituency, recently highlighted in the local press. Shockingly, over a 13-year period, this single property was the subject of repeated arrangements, court summonses, bounced cheques, and what was politely described as oversights, none of which successfully settled the rates account. Let me take the House through the facts of what the department has faced. 2012, Land and Property Services sent its first debt recovery letter. 2013, when the bill remained unpaid, a court summons was issued. Only then did the office request a copy of the bill to arrange payment. 2016, LPS were assured payment by mid-August, yet 4 months later, still nothing. A second court summons was required before payment finally came. 2017, another summons. A post-dated cheque was offered but was rejected. 2018, a 6-month payment arrangement was agreed, yet cheques bounced, first for £3,000, then for £1,000. 2020, pre-court letters were issued before payments were made. 2021, LPS again had to threaten court action. May 2023, a final red letter warning was issued. March 2025, more than 5,000 was still outstanding. Shockingly, Mr Deputy Speaker, this property was the constituency office of the now former MP and now United Irelander Ian Paisley Jr. This property was held by the Ballymena Advice Centre, a corporate entity linked to the Paisley family, with the DUP a passive beneficiary. Happy to give way.
Outlined quite an extensive process in collecting the rate bill, aside from the particular individual that it was directed at. But do you believe that bureaucracy in itself is adding to the cost and the challenge around the rates issue that we're having and discussing today?
Extra minute.
This issue goes to the heart of the problem the department is facing, and in this particular case, this money would have been covered by public money if somebody had managed their budget right and their resources within their budget that they have. Mr Paisley was the tenant, legally responsible for paying the rates. Mr Deputy Speaker, the DUP now calls for stricter enforcement of unpaid rates, demanding higher collection targets and new proposals to tackle arrears. Yes, unpaid rates are unfair. Yes, they are a burden to ordinary citizens and a threat to public services. But if the DUP wants truly to lead by example, perhaps the first step is simple: ensure your own offices are fully up to date on their bills before lecturing the public. Only then can the public take seriously and call for fiscal responsibility and take lectures and take guidance from the benches to my right-hand side. Until that happens and Church Street account is finally settled, no thank you, no lectures coming from the DUP in this issue.
Thank you, and I call members. Claire Sugden.
Deputy Speaker, I suppose I had prepared a speech that kind of came at it from, I suppose, the face value issue of this, in that £145 million sits outside of the system. And I suppose when the general public hear that figure, they think to the debate we had previous to this one. They think of that £110 million that we're not paying in relation to the police data issue, the holiday pay, the millions that the Health Minister talks to that we don't have in our budget to pay the nurses. And I appreciate, Minister, that it's not as easy as transferring it across departments, but I think the public trying to understand this issue, they see that huge £145 million shortfall, and they're trying to understand, is it Stormont incompetence? Is it, just the system that is so bureaucratic? And I referenced that in my intervention to Mr Gaston, that it's nearly not worth recovering it, because to recover it in an efficient way would maybe cost more. So I think that does point to another conversation about how we are collecting that and what the issues are, and even to take on Linda Dillon's point around the fact that people simply can't afford it, and that in itself is its own issue, because the rate system is one of the few ways of Northern Ireland raising its own revenue, and as budgets get cut, as services seem to cost more, as our public services hemorrhaging money, and we're needing to find it from somewhere. To be honest, the only way to do that is through rates, and ultimately that's increasing them. And we can point to the successes of recent years and the money that's being brought in by the Land and Property Service, but ultimately it's because you're raising the rates. And I appreciate that we need the rates both on a local level, a council function, but also the Northern Ireland function as well, because we just don't have enough money to go across all services. So I suppose I'm a little bit concerned that in itself is what's increasing our rates generally. And I suppose then we do need to have an honest conversation about what the system is there and what it's for. I talked earlier in the chamber about being in this chamber for 10 years, and the issues that we talked about a decade ago are the same again. And the rates issue again is another one of those issues, particularly in relation to non-domestic rates. Any business that challenges their rate, more often than not, they will win that appeal, because the system is so convoluted, it can't really justify itself, and the LPS has probably no option other than to agree with that appeal. So I don't really want to rehash what others have said. I'm trying to be a bit more thoughtful in terms of the contributions, because I suppose it just points to the general kind of concerns around the system in itself. And I do think we need to see reform. I do think we need to look at what we're doing there, and maybe we do need to look at other ways of raising revenue, so that the only opportunity for us to get more money for the services that we all use is not just held under that system of rates, because it's the person who can't afford to pay them that will not pay them, and then they will go through a lengthy accountability process, and even the Enforcement of Judgments Office. I expect that the Minister has regular conversations with the Minister of Justice in relation to the challenges and the pressure that particular office itself is facing. Is that an issue as to why we're not able to collect this better? Because again, the system is so bureaucratic and so convoluted. I think we just need to have an honest conversation. I admit I came at this at saying 145 million. Wow, that was a huge shortfall, particularly when we're putting it into the context of the other services and the many millions that we need for those. But Minister, I would really encourage you to look at the system as a whole and speak to your executive colleagues in this, because I expect you're going to stand up and tell us all the reasons as to why that figure exists. And it's maybe not as simple as some of us, that would have assumed from the outset. But the reality exists that there's not enough money, and our system is not efficient enough to address the services in itself, but actually these figures that we have to present to the public and justify. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call the Minister of Finance to respond to the debate. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Laskin Cordia. In a very straightened financial operating context, the revenue from rates is key to the provision of much needed public services such as health and education, not to mention the many services provided by district councils to support local communities. That is why, as Minister for Finance, the issue of the collection of rates is very high on my agenda. Land Property Services has a strategy for improving rates collection, focused on making it easier to pay while balancing compassion for those who are struggling to pay. Indeed, members of this House write asking for such compassion for their constituents. Their constituents who they're writing for compassion for are included in the rates figure before us today. I assume the members who write to me aren't suggesting that I don't show compassion to the people they're making representations on. Last year, my department collected 1.63 billion in rates revenue, the highest ever amount of rates collected in a single year, representing an increase of over 90 million from the year before. Even with that level of performance, of course, there will be outstanding rates that have not been recovered, including unpaid debt carried forward, which has accumulated over a number of years. We have faced and continue to face extreme fiscal pressures within our society and economy. Yet my department continues to strive to increase the amounts being collected year on year. For context, the uncollected value of £145 million, as mentioned in the motion, represents less than 2% of the £8.261 billion collected over this last 6 years. So far this year we have collected almost £1 billion and driven down arrears from April by 20%. Whilst good progress has been made, I am of course focused on the balance remaining. Recovery of the £145 million remains a priority, and the significant efforts are ongoing to ensure as much of the revenue owed is paid as quickly as possible. I think it will be useful for members if I broke down the £145 million figure further. £59 million has already been subject to legal recovery action, enabling further legal action to be taken where rates continue to remain unpaid. £12.8 million is currently being repaid through active payment plans or agreed arrangements with Land and Property Services. This money is being collected over an extended period, reflecting a flexible approach that supports ratepayers. I am confident that no member of the House will disagree with the principle of allowing ratepayers who want to pay the additional time to allow them to do so. As has been pointed out by Linda Dillon, many of those people who find themselves in difficulty are honest, hard-working people who want to do the right thing. And I think some of the language in the motion is disappointing when we refer to law-abiding people who pay. Others who are law-abiding may find themselves in difficulties where they can't pay. So let's not paint everybody with the one brush. And the challenge for ALPS is they have to deal with each individual circumstances on its own merits, which can be very complicated, convoluted, and difficult at times, as Mr Gasson has pointed out in relation to one case, which I believe is ongoing, so I'll not make much more mention of. In terms of, however, it's important to understand that this approach contributes to the overall amount of rates still outstanding. The remaining balance of £73.5 million is under review to obtain payment or progress through legal action within this rating year. Within this balance, there are rates that are not suitable for legal recovery, such as rates pending valuation appeals or settlements of probate on estates following bereavement. In terms of write-offs, it's important that I am clear on this point. The write-off rating debt is a legitimate provision which accepts under certain prescribed circumstances that collection is simply not viable. My officials simply can't decide to reduce debt balances through write-offs. There are agreed checks and balances in place which ensure any such action is in accordance with the legislation and good governance. Write-off is the final step taken after all recovery options have been pursued. On the figure of £82 million in write-offs over the past 6 years, 80% of the amount written off, that is £67 million, was due to what is referred to as legal reasons. These are not discretionary decisions, but are obligations under law that prevents further recovery, often involving businesses that have ceased trading or have gone on into receivership. Yes?
Minister, I'm actually going to, on this occasion, agree with him in the sense that I have, in my own family experience of what happens when, through very serious illness, a small business owner cannot continue and has rates liabilities. Does he agree with me that it's often the case that in small towns where someone is a ratepayer, sometimes a liability stays as a liability because they, perhaps for reasons of stigma or indeed a feeling of obligation to other creditors to whom they owe money in their local town or wherever it is, that they feel that they don't want to, that liability stays there. So it's important not to stigmatise and simplify these issues, particularly when it comes to small business owners.
That's a very important distinction to make. Broadly, there are two sets of people when you come into rates debt. There's those who can't pay and those who won't pay. And we have to pursue rigorously those who refuse to pay, and we have to support and work with those who can't pay and find a way for them to deliver their liabilities. But that's the broad breakdown of where people are at. Going back to the collection figure of £1.63 billion last year, the significant efforts of my officials to collect and recover rates owed should not be underestimated. Calls have been made to increase the department's collection rate, with at one point previously, and repeated here today, 100% collection targets being mooted. The prospect of collecting the full amount of rates revenue owed is one that we would all support. However, regrettably, this prospect is not realistic, and several members have alluded throughout the debate why that is not the case. The current target I have set of 93% is considered a position, setting a standard which measures collection performance against all collectible rates and strikes the balance between ambition and deliverability. The process of valuation, assessment and billing applying relief is complex and evolving. And I have to say, comparing our collection rate to England and elsewhere, it doesn't necessarily simply match over. It's a very complex process to simply match or to match both over and go back and forth on those. I have engaged with my officials on this on a number of occasions, and I am satisfied that the target we have set is comparable when you look at all the facts and what you're measuring with other regions. The process of valuation, assessment, billing and applying relief is complex and evolving. There are necessary elements of process put together to combine to make administration of collecting revenue challenging. We must recognise there is a cost both in terms of money and time to recover rates, and we need to accept that there are times when it is uneconomical to do so. Many members in this chamber today will have first-hand experience of asking Land and Property Services to provide support for constituents struggling to balance household and business bills. Not all ratepayers are able to pay what is owed through no fault of their own. In these cases, officials have a responsibility to be understanding and support the ratepayer to come to a payment agreement that is affordable and sustainable. On the other hand, there are those who can make payment but willfully choose to avoid doing so. These cases require relentless recovery and enforcement action and can often take years to resolve. It is fair to say sometimes distinguishing clearly between those who can't and those who won't is challenging, and my officials work hard at managing the demands and handling both. I am pleased to say good progress has been made year to date in rates recovery, and I am looking forward to a positive end-year outturn against the target set. I am in no doubt of how difficult it is to maintain these levels of collection in a very challenging operating environment. However, I am committed to striving to do more. Land Property Service has a revised strategy for improving rates collection over the next 3 years. Supporting the principles I have endorsed in the roadmap for rating, the strategy is built around 3 key aims: making it easier for ratepayers to pay, supporting those who need the help to pay, and taking effective action against those who won't pay. My department has set out a clear ambition to increase collections, but also the approach to achieving that ambition. Key deliverables for this year include new digital services that enhance ratepayers' experience through, for example, online billing and flexibility in managing payment options, as well as using data-driven insights to strengthen decision-making on enforcement action. In closing, my department is committed to maximising rate collection, and I think the £1.63 billion collected last year demonstrates this. I commend my officials for their performance to date in very challenging circumstances. I also recognise that there is always a need to do more, and that the process underway, amongst other things, my plans for rating policy reviews and rate collection strategy. But let me be clear, overarching approach must not lose the compassion and understanding for the circumstances people find themselves in or their businesses in. That is why making it easier to pay and setting up plans to recover in slower time remain the top priority for me as Minister. I could ask my officials to have a more ruthless approach, for instance, with businesses and pursue them more rigorously. But what I'll be doing is I'll be putting more and more businesses out of business each year. So, and we will collect more rates, or maybe not, because once the declared backroom, we might be able to get the rates at all. So you have to give the freedom to officials to deal with it on a case-by-case basis, working within an agreed framework. And I believe the framework that we have agreed and have presented forward to the committee and others, or will be presenting forward to the committee and others, is the best way forward for what is a hugely complex and at times difficult process to be involved in. But I do believe that we are making significant strides in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. I now call on Brian Kingston to conclude and wind up the debate in the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank all who have contributed to the debate on this motion, and thank those who have indicated support for our motion, and those who have also made other observations. It has been an interesting debate. I think everyone has agreed that the pressures and demands on the public purse in Northern Ireland are vast and are well known to us all and to the general public, and many have pointed out that in addition to the block grant that we receive from His Majesty's Treasury, the only means by which this Assembly can raise taxation for public service is through the rates as a property tax on residential and commercial premises. Therefore, it is essential that we ensure that everyone pays their fair share, both in terms of the need for public finance and also fairness to everyone. So our motion notes with strong concern that last financial year £18 million of unpaid rates was written off. That's a substantial amount, £18 million in 1 year. And when we look over the last 6 years, the total written off was £82 million. That is a shocking statistic, again, when we think about the need for those public funds. And we have, in our motion, we have asked for 2 actions from the Finance Minister. Firstly, to increase the target figure for gross collectible rates, which is currently 93%. And secondly, for the Minister to present a range of new and concrete proposals to reduce the level of rates that are unpaid or written off. We did hear some measures mentioned by the Minister, and we would be interested in seeing those in writing. Our motion, at the bottom line, is our motion states it is not fair that law-abiding people pay their rates while others fail to pay and ultimately have the slate wiped clean. A number of speakers spoke of the need to be aware when people are having difficulty paying, and the value of repayment plans and support, and absolutely that should be in place when people are in financial difficulties, rather than seeing businesses go bankrupt and therefore lose. And anyone who's involved in a business will know at some stage debts have to be written off. But again, at a time when proposals have been brought forward for charging ratepayers more, the public expect us to exhaust all avenues to ensure that the rates that are due are being paid and paid fairly by all. My colleague Diane Forsyth said that of the 145 million which has been carried forward from previous years, half of that has been examined for potential legal action. Why only half? We do have to ask that question, and the public will ask that question, why that is not a larger amount. I will, yes.
Would the member agree with me that the Minister actually addressed that directly in his response?
Well, I heard a number of things about people who are having difficulty paying their rates, but the question will remain, why is not more being sought to collect? The distinction between those who can't pay and those who won't pay is, I think, too arbitrary. I think there's people who are reluctant to pay in the middle, and I think people do need to be put under pressure in the interest of fairness and the public purse to ensure that they do pay. Certainly, if measures need to be put in place over time, but if people are just swinging the lead, that should not be tolerated. We do think, briefly, yes.
For giving way just on the topic of swinging lead, and far be it from me to agree with the member for North Antrim, Mr Gaston. But given that it has been widely publicised that rates are unpaid on a former DUP constituency office in North Antrim, will he be pursuing his colleagues in respect of those unpaid rates, or is this a case of do as I say and not as I do from the DUP?
Well, Mr Gaston mentioned a number of cases where he would be sympathetic to people having difficulty paying their rates, and he highlighted one case where a significant rates bill is outstanding, and absolutely that is unacceptable. And that case should continue to be pursued, and the rates brought in for it. There's no doubt about that. We do stand by the view that the 93% target. I heard what the Minister said, that he didn't feel it was comparable to England, where the rates collection rate is 96%. But again, it is our duty to push to increase the 93%. If that was what was raised, we would have 105 million, I think, not collected each year. So I think we are actually exceeding the 93%. So why not increase the target? Why have a target which is below what is actually being collected? Again, commenting, I have 10 minutes, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that correct? Commenting on some of those that spoke, Deirdre Hargey and Gemma Dolan both again expressed, well, they pointed out first of all that the amount collected last year was the highest ever, 1.63 billion in rates collected, and again expressing that there needs to be support for those having in financial difficulty, that measures are brought in place so that, as I say, people are not being pursued unnecessarily rigorously if they're unable to pay. Owen Tennyson also commented on the increase in the rates collection in recent years, and that shows the importance of setting targets. Again, he wanted to distinguish between those who won't pay and those who can't pay. He commented on the 10-year review announced by previous Finance Minister and saying that is taking too long. Matthew O'Toole expressed support for the motion, then spoke at length about revenue raising powers that he would like to see, and finally returned to the theme of the motion in the final sentence of supporting that more rates should be raised. Well, you had quite a bit of time to speak and you didn't really address the motion. Are you going to address it now?
I appreciate him giving away. Just on the subject, he mentioned about swinging the leg before, and he essentially said LPS should be better able to decide between people who can't or won't pay. Further to Mr Gaston and Mr Tennyson's point, given it's so easy to apparently draw that distinction, would he like to give us his view about the situation at the DUP office in Ballymena? Is that a situation where there's been repeated action by LPS? Does the party who is responsible, whomever it is, for that property, do you think they can't pay or they won't pay?
I've already commented that absolutely that rates bill needs to be paid and it should be pursued rigorously. So I thought you were going to speak on the matter, but you've decided not to. My colleague Harry Harvey said again the need for funds for all of the actions and priorities in the programme for government, and as we know, every department, every minister is crying out for more funding to enable those ambitions to be met. And again saying that the 93% target here is too low, but also saying that before we're aware that other proposals have been put forward by the previous and current Finance Minister regarding the maximum capital value on property and reducing the early payment discount. But first and foremost, the public expect to see us bringing in what is legally due under the current system, and that must be the priority. As I said, and thank also Claire Sugden for her contribution. Again, wanting to see reform and greater public finances. So in closing, we thank everyone for their contribution to the debate. We think there is strong support for our central theme, and we hope that it will be approved by the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary by no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, take your ease for a moment before we move to the next item on the order paper.
It's item 6, not item 5 in the order paper, isn't it? Yes. Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, item 6 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. And in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Kate Nicholl to raise the matter of improving infrastructure in Castlereagh South. I call upon Kate Nicholl, and you have up to 15 minutes. Over to you, Kate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Deputy Speaker. This is my first adjournment debate, and I'm delighted to bring this topic to the Chamber for today on a wide range of consistently raised issues with myself, other Alliance reps across the Castlereagh South area, from Knockbreda right up to Carryduff. I just want to start by saying it's such a privilege to represent such a vibrant and growing area. The demand for housing, I think, is a particularly clear indication of its popularity. But with that, it also brings a series of challenges and issues that must be resolved, and that's what we're here to discuss today. Housing alone does not make a community or a neighbourhood. And when I talk about infrastructure, I don't just mean roads, public transport and planning, although they are all very important. But I'm also talking about community infrastructure. And I want to address 4 key areas of concern and opportunity: green spaces and active travel, pedestrian safety and traffic, public transport, and planning and development. So firstly, green spaces are a major priority in Castlereagh South, and it's raised with me on almost every doorstep whenever we do outreach in the area. It's clear that more land ought to be secured for future green space use, and that this needs to be considered as part of future development plans. We want to see parks developed and expanded. There are brilliant examples of really positive work, including Carryduff Park, and I've been able to work with our councillors and Porla, local schools and councils to support improved biodiversity. The Greenway is a separate project that needs to be progressed by Lisbon and Castlereagh City Council, but it feeds into a much wider need for active travel routes and cycle lanes in the area. Even simple things like footway clearing make such a real difference, but it is often neglected. There is also the need for upgrades to Lochmoss Leisure Centre. The people of Carryduff just deserve so much better. On the development of the walkway from St Ita's Primary School, it's been agreed, and that is a real win, but I'd be grateful if the Minister could look into this further and provide an update on the progress here. In relation to pedestrian safety and traffic, this is something that comes up in my office time and time again. My office is on the St Field Road, and we're told that there is an urgent need for safe pedestrian crossings on the St Field Road, especially at the Carryduff Church Road roundabout. The Church Road pedestrianisation is a recurring topic, and traffic volumes are extremely high and growing in these areas. I've spoken in this chamber about the roadworks along St Field, Knockbracken and Ballymaconaghy roads. That is before we get into the anticipated impact of future roadworks related to the glider if it comes on the St Field Road traffic. The Four Winds roundabout experiences very heavy traffic volumes. There's positive work in relation to the upgrade, but I would appreciate an update from the Minister on that today if she can give it to us. Forest side traffic is a major concern, especially with the little development coming into play. Entry and exit points are need for improvement, especially the roundabout as you come off the main road. It has such an impact on the arterial and commuter routes. The Hillsborough Road pedestrian crossing at Lochmoss Leisure Centre is something that we've raised with officials, and we know that they will be reassessing, but residents are really keen to see results here. Parking at Hyde Bank playing fields and controlled crossing on the Puddiesburn Road for St Ita's School is also something that's raised, as is parking in and around Cairns Hill Integrated Primary School. In terms of public transport, there just is a really poor bus service to Four Winds and Carryduff, frequent delays, overcrowding and no-shows. We've spoken to TransLink about this, we've written about this, and it's just a recurring problem and there doesn't seem to be a solution. Buses frequently terminate at Forest Side rather than going all the way up to Cairns Hill, and that's something that has been raised with me on many occasions by constituents, especially during busy periods. In the run-up to Christmas, we really need to see improvements over what happened last year. When buses terminate early, it puts people off using them, and that has an impact on moving people into active transport. There really is an improved need, and there really is a need for improved connectivity between Belfast and Lisbon. The final of the 4 points I want to raise is around planning and development. Planning applications should include green spaces and play parks, and there should be a greater focus needed on enhancing community infrastructure within housing developments. There are so many young families moving into these areas, and there's just nothing for the children, and a lack of green space is something that's really felt. Walkability and connectivity between developments should be prioritised rather than a patchwork of different developments. We really need to create a sense of community and connection, and I would be interested in how the department can facilitate this. There's a need for better linkages and walkways between housing developments. Things like Knockbracken Healthcare Park, it's unused land, and there were discussions with the Health Minister, but could this include a community centre? There's a real need for place building for community development, and I think the Infrastructure Department can have a role here. Carryduff Public Realm, need to see commitment to that project and delivery in the time ahead. One final point I'd like to make in relation to planning is there are so many developments coming up in the area, and when issues arise with the developers, it's very difficult for MLAs to advocate for their constituents in relation to them. What support can the department give to residents who are having issues with developers and they just don't know what support they can get? I'll close by saying that Castlereagh South is a really brilliant, diverse, shared community that is growing and developing every day. But it can't just be about housing. People are calling out for improved infrastructure that doesn't just improve connectivity, but supports community development and ultimately builds a stronger sense of neighbourhood. Alliance will continue to champion these issues, and I'm very grateful for the Minister being here today. She's very patient in answering my multiple questions and letters I write about the area, and I look forward to hearing her remarks in the debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Kate. And it's good to hear your voice back making sort of speeches again here in the chamber. Welcome back. Thank you. All our speakers will now have approximately 6 minutes, and I call Deirdre Hargey. Deirdre, over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thank you to Kate for bringing forward this adjournment debate tonight. Castlereagh South sits within, obviously, the Lisburn and Castlereagh council area, and it's also located at the southeast side of Belfast. It's a growing community, particularly within the Carryduff, Four Winds and Newton Breda areas, with increased demand and provision for housing and associated amenities that this requires. And you just need to look on the local council's planning portal to actually see the growth that has taken place and what's planned in the months and years ahead. It also is an area that sits within the wider road infrastructure for commuters and public transport users from outside of Belfast. Thus, it acts as a key connector to more rural communities. Due to the expanding nature of this area, with many new housing developments agreed or progressing through planning, this has increased the demand for local services, for infrastructure, including greater access to public transport, walking and cycling. There are also a number of schools, sport teams and amazing community organisations, so road safety is also important, but also connectivity between each of those pieces of infrastructure and to the housing developments that surround it as well. I welcome the Minister's recent public announcement in terms of public transport, with the announcement of the Glider Phase 2 to start, an investment of £48 million into South Belfast and North Belfast, and our commitment to see the full Glider scheme project delivered. We know that users of public transport in the Castlereagh South area have increased over the last couple of years, and it shows that if the transport there, the local community will definitely make use of it. And again, I would ask the Minister, in the context of the Glider, and particularly the next iterations of it into this area as that is developing, if she would engage with TransLink in the interim to look at extending the metro service to the Carryduff area that would align with that Glider development as well. Your recent announcement on the late night bus services pilot is also welcome, as this will see increased services into the Castlereagh South area, alongside your announcement on the bus prioritisation over the Christmas period, and that was also recently announced. As was touched on by the previous speaker, we have also seen completed schemes at Purdysburn, Mealock and Ballynagarrick roads, the Samefield and Knockbracken road junctions, and with works ongoing at the Ballymaconaghy road as well. And I suppose it's just the sequencing of those schemes, so whilst they are welcome, I suppose when the roads are closed for long periods, residents do get annoyed. But I think once the schemes have opened, particularly the one at Knockbracken, you really do see why it was so important for those changes to be made. Another key area as part of infrastructure is connectivity and pedestrianisation, and importantly linking local services and green spaces as well. That's why the proposed Carryduff Greenway project is a game changer in this area, and I know the Department has previously provided the Council with funding for a feasibility study and also for design costs to work the project up into more detail. I know the Council recently re-established the Carryduff Working Group looking at this project, and I would call on them again, and I'm keen to see the proposals that will come forward from that extensive work. Castlereagh South is an expanding area, and we must all ensure that there is the appropriate infrastructure. I also welcome projects obviously that have been delivered so far, and also the important projects that are in the planning and design phase as well. As I say, the Greenway and the Glider with enhanced metro services will be significant projects over the next period, and I do want to work with the community, with the Minister, with the local council, and indeed with the local reps who are here this evening, and also Edwin obviously who couldn't be here, to deliver and ensure that we do build a safe, sustainable, accessible and connected transport and infrastructure system in this area going forward, because I think it is a vibrant area. We were at the Down County Final on Sunday with Carryduff, and you can see even just one small sports team, we have soccer teams and others, the role that they're playing, the young people that they're attracting, and it really reflects the vibrancy of that wider community, but also their hopes and aspirations to actually build a sustainable Castlereagh South, one that's connected, one that intersects with each other, but where they're delivering on the needs of the residents, not just those now, but the residents that are going to be living there in the next 10, 20 and 30 years, and ensuring that the infrastructure investment we put in now is future-proof to meet those needs going forward as well. So again, I just welcome the adjournment debate and look forward to working with everyone here to ensure that we do deliver for the residents in that area. Thank you.
I call on Matthew O'Toole. Matthew.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm really pleased to be debating this today, and I thank the proposer of the adjournment debate for bringing it. I am so proud to represent Carryduff, Newton Breda, Four Winds, the BT8 Castlereagh South area. In many ways, calling it Castlereagh South is a bit of a letdown for the people who live there, because that's a council DEA. People who live there live in brilliant shared communities. To take one of them, Carryduff, they are in many ways one of the original shared communities here in the north. There's a brilliant cross-community ethos, there's a brilliant set of community institutions, one of whom, as Deirdre said, had a big moment on Sunday. Unfortunately, the delayed throw-in meant I couldn't make it down to the match, but they were unlucky again against Kilcoo. I hope next time they prove themselves to be the first Down County champions from the Greater Belfast area, and I think they'll get there, either they or Breda, I should say, for the purposes of balance in the constituency. It's an amazing community, it's a growing community, Carryduff, as is Newton Breda and Four Winds, but the truth is that shared community with all its brilliant sports clubs, community facilities, people who want to make their home there, and they're coming from all over Northern Ireland, further afield, to make their home in BT8 Castlereagh South. They've been failed, candidly, Mr Deputy Speaker, for too long, and I don't say that to be churlish, I say it to be honest. They've been failed both at executive level, but actually particularly at council level, it has to be said, and I will be quite pointed in my remarks about this today, because people in Castlereagh South contribute the biggest volume of rates revenue to Castlereagh, Lisburn and Castlereagh Council, and they get, as the SDLP discovered through FOI to the council, they get the lowest, consistently the lowest level of spending in that council area. It is unacceptable, because people move there to invest in that community, to invest their future, their children's future, in the school, the brilliant schools there, Cairns Hill, St Edith's, Carryduff Primary, St Joseph's, all of those brilliant amenities. They invest, they move there, they spend money, sometimes a pretty penny on a house, and they get there and they feel that the investment in that community hasn't been made in terms of public transport, the public realm, and other things, and indeed broader spending in that area. Loch Moss has been mentioned. I just want to mention a few of the things that have already been mentioned that need resolved. I grew up in Downpatrick, and I now represent South Belfast, so a large part of my life, and lots of people who live in that part of County Down, are used to driving through Carryduff and down the Saintfield Road. That's a problem, Mr Speaker, not because people are travelling to South Belfast, I want them to, it's because it's treated like a motorway for people. Carryduff and Newton Breda are communities in Four Winds. They deserve to have proper public realm. They deserve to have proper public transport all the way up the St Field Road and out to Carryduff as part of this broader city. They don't have it at the minute. So can the Minister update us on where things are in relation to the glider? We don't have any clarity yet, I'm afraid, on when the glider is going to go all the way up the St Field Road. I know the intention's there, but the last we heard basically was a letdown that this has been discontinued. It's only going so far, basically as just beyond Ormo Bridge, and we don't know when it's going to go up any further. I think glider now apparently has been, for the foreseeable future, ruled out for Carryduff. That's a shame. But if we are going to have more metro services, I'd like to hear when those expanded metro services are going to be delivered upon. People want to go into the centre of Belfast. They want to move about without feeling that they have to drive to get from one bit of Carryduff or one bit of Newton Breda to or Four Winds to another. Loch Moss has been mentioned. That's not directly in the responsibility of the Minister, but Loch Moss is a great facility, but it's now pretty careworn and old. If you're a family living in Carryduff and you want to take your kids swimming and you rely on public transport, you either have to take 2 or 3 buses to get to Olympia or Lisnashara, or you have to get the bus out to Downpatrick in order to go to the leisure centre there. That's unacceptable. Why are people left with these quality of services in Carryduff? The investment in the public realm just isn't there. If you drive through, you would think the Carryduff roundabout, there's this kind of unkempt whinbush in the middle of the roundabout. What does that say to people who are travelling through that community? The people take great pride in that community, but they simply are let down by statutory authorities. Carryduff Greenway has been mentioned. I welcome the fact the working group has been set up again, but this has been, Mr Deputy Speaker, kind of going on longer than the mousetrap. We need to have clarity from the Council in conjunction with the Department, but it is a lot of this is on the Council in terms of when we're going to see actual action in terms of delivering the Greenway. There are issues around land ownership, but let's finally cut through them and deliver something for the people in that area, because people in that area, I'm afraid, do look to the east and west. And they see things happening in Dundonald and they see things happening in Lisburn. We as a political party have no issue calling these out because we don't have as much representation in Dundonald or Lisburn, and they wonder, what the hell is happening here? Our party didn't vote, and I hate to be pointed about this, we didn't vote for a 50, 60 or 70 million pound ice bowl in Dundonald, which is great, but it's a vast drain on ratepayer resource in that area. So whenever people in Carryduff ask me why they aren't getting more investment in the public realm, I am willing to say to them, and Mr Brooks is opposite, isn't happy with me saying this, that's fine, that's fine. I don't think it's a justifiable use, given the amount of resource that comes out of Castlereagh South and into the coffers of Lisburn and Castlereagh Council. People who have invested their homes in Mealock and Barons Grange, these new developments that Deirdre mentioned, they want to build community. It's an amazing community. Let's support them, let's back them with proper public transport, proper public realm. I welcome the fact that a further consultation happened recently on the public realm in Carryduff, but let's see proper delivery of that, and let's see proper ambition. Kate is right in terms of road safety and allowing people to be pedestrians there, not just motorists. Let's properly invest in that community, because they've invested in it themselves. As of yet, they haven't had the backing from statutory authorities. Let's finally get behind them. Our party certainly won't be found wanting. We've been tough in campaigning on this. We're going to continue to be tough, because people in Carryduff, Knock Breda, Newton Breda, Four Winds, they all deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Matthew, and I'm glad you didn't take us to 3 endings. Paula, over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd just like to thank my Alliance Party colleague Kate Nicholl for bringing this adjournment debate this evening. I have represented South Belfast since 2016, and it has been such a joy to see the Castlereagh South Council area flourish during this time. We have seen the retailers, small traders and hospitality businesses going from strength to strength, meeting the needs of the growing population. We have seen the membership of sports clubs like Newton Breda Football Club, Carryduff Colts and Carryduff GAC growing and bringing people together to play, volunteer and socialise together. We have seen community organisations such as Killinure Community Association, Carryduff Regeneration Forum and the Four Winds Community Group, all working with the statutory authorities, the council, the police and of course our elected reps to improve their local neighbourhoods. Its schools are welcoming and inclusive, and they work collaboratively, effortlessly every day. And lastly, we have an area that's blessed with proactive and engaging church communities that do sterling work at creating community cohesion, giving local residents a sense of common purpose and addressing issues such as loneliness and poverty. And I would put on record, Kate and I had a lovely morning just this weekend at the Cornerstone Methodist Church, and they were doing some fundraising efforts for chest, heart and stroke. So they're doing great work, not just for the community but also for local charities. Moving on, Deputy Speaker, Castlereagh South, the area is certainly one to be envied. Its wards are ranked amongst the very least deprived in Northern Ireland, and in fact I think the Carryduff West ward is the second least deprived. It has a very healthy mix of people from different backgrounds, socio-economic groups and ethnicity, and some people have lived there for a lifetime and are now enjoying their retirement with their mature and well-manicured gardens, living cheek by jowl with new families who have recently moved into the area, into the beautiful new homes across the large number of new housing schemes that have transformed Castlereagh South. As the population has grown in the Castlereagh South area, the issues, the consequences of that are being borne by those people who live there. As has been mentioned, there are huge pressures on the road infrastructure, and I think we are all keen, I think most of us have mentioned so far, around the South Belfast rapid transit route, and really would appreciate this evening some clarity and some information from the Minister on that. And just in terms of that sort of public transport issue, Minister, there are issues, and I think my colleague Kate Nicholas raised around the regularity of the buses. Sometimes they don't turn up, sometimes the information for commuters is out of date, and that can be frustrating. But that is just part of it. And when we were out on Saturday morning engaging with residents, I was speaking to one who lives in the Beach Hill Park Avenue area, and he said he just wants to be able to walk to the far side area with his family, but his only real route is down the St. Field Road, and it's just the speed of the cars, just the sort of urban grey jungle makes it very unappealing, and so I would very much concur with others around the need to see progress on the Carryduff Greenway. That's not just for people wanting to get to the shops, but again has been raised the issue of the young families. People do want to encourage their children to walk and cycle to school, so we do need to see more around trying to get our roads connected. Again, linked to that then is the perennial issue of speeding. Newton Park, Purdy's-Burn Road, Cairnshill Road, 3 regular routes that that get raised with us as areas of concern. And yes, the PCSP does move the speed indicator devices around, and for a while people do adjust their driving, but not for long they actually start speeding up again, so that's an issue of concern. Matthew O'Toole just raised the issue of the recent consultation on the public realms works, potential works for the Carryduff end, and they're great. I think we need to be very ambitious around delivering on those, not just for cosmetic improvements, but also for public safety issues that remain there. And then I just would like to put on record that my colleague Councillor Brona McGee, she is working to try and ensure that there's a permitted route from the Liston Breeny National Trust site, beautiful site up on the hill, Carryduff Hills, but there's a new development going to happen in Mount Ober, and she's trying to make sure that there's a permitted route through that. Minister, this is something that we maybe you should be thinking of as a policy area to ensure that where there's new housing developments on the green belt, that the people are allowed then to remain to have access into the green fields and beyond. And just with your indulgence, Deputy Speaker, I do want to put on record some other infrastructure issues that aren't within the purview of the Infrastructure Minister. There is the need for the new swimming pool at Loch Moss, and I know the councillors will be given some options coming forward, but I do think that the people of Castlereagh South do deserve that. We have the issue of only having one actual school, post-primary school, in our constituents in that Breda Academy. We do need to see more post-primary schools, not least at the Alliance Party's ambition for an integrated one. And lastly, I think the broader issue of access to public services is one that we need to include in this debate, and that's the fact that we have far more families, far more businesses, etc., and we are not keeping pace with the likes of GP practices and other health and social care provision. So in summary, we do need to keep pace with the growing population, and there is a role there for central and local government, but we just need to ensure that the needs of individuals and their families are met. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I call on David Brooks. David, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Kate for bringing this adjournment debate. I think, first of all, I'll respond to my colleague across the way there as a member for East Belfast. First of all, as a Linfield fan from East Belfast, and speaking in the South Belfast debate, I do understand you being careful in terms of, as someone who works closely with Glentoran as well, I understand you're being careful in terms of where you nail your colours to the mast in terms of GAA teams there. But secondly, I would say that from a East Belfast point of view, the Ice Bowl is a regional facility that benefits many of his own constituents as well as other people across Belfast who use the facility. So I think all will see that. But the people in Dundonald would be surprised to hear that they're privileged, given that they can't even get a household recycling centre from the council. So I see a lot of the issues in this speech and that has been talked about today is similar to some of the issues that people in Dundonald are facing, and I hope to give voice to that. But I only can do so, Deputy Speaker, because of the work of my colleagues who, let's be honest, I'm giving voice to today and leaning heavily on their knowledge of the local area, and that's to Councillor Brian Higginson and to the office of Edwin Poots, who obviously is precluded from speaking because of his role as Speaker. But I want to welcome the opportunity to speak on the matter here in the Chamber and the continuing issues of infrastructure and underinvestment in Castlereagh South. This is not a new problem. For years, local residents have watched significant housing growth in the area without significant investment in roads, transport, community facilities and essential services to match. And I say those are things that are familiar to areas in my constituency too. Castlereagh South, covering Carryduff, Four Winds, Newton Breda, Cairns Hill and Best Hill, have grown rapidly over the past decade, yet it remains an area where development has far outpaced delivery. Over the past 10 years, we've seen 1,200 new homes proposed or built across the area, and despite the scale of growth, there is still no dedicated council-owned community centre anywhere in the lower end of the DEA, particularly in Newton Breda, Cairns Hill and Four Winds. Beyond Loch Moss Leisure Centre and the emerging Killymuir Community Hub, residents in other parts of the constituency have little access to local or council-owned community space. Pitch and recreational space too is extremely limited, and the Killymuir pitch and community provision has been unnecessarily delayed, and both the Cairns Hill and Hydebank football pitches are in serious need of investment and improvement to meet the demands of local clubs and youth organisations. At the same time, school spaces are already stretched with little planning for future growth. Our play parks are welcome additions, but these have been funded largely by developers through small council grants, or through small council grants, not through long-term investment and strategy. We look at a housing policy, but we also need to look at housing need. There are over 450 people on the social housing waiting list in Carryduff alone, and that figure should serve as a wake-up call. Future housing plans must include a stronger commitment to affordable and social housing provision, not just private development, but also with that private development and other development, there needs to be a focus on an overall master plan of the area. I think we've seen that in Dundonald ourselves, that bit-part sort of developments often grow the area, grow the number of people living in an area, the pressure on services, but often without an oversight of what an overall area should look like. And I've heard that those frustrations are shared too. Residents across the area, in terms of the roads and transport network, residents across the EA face daily gridlock along the Saintfield Road corridor as traffic from new developments funnels into Belfast with limited alternatives. We want to acknowledge progress where it's happened, and we welcome the upgrade of the Knockbracken Junction and the resurfacing of parts of the Saintfield Road. But these represent only small steps in addressing a much bigger problem. There was promised road improvements more than a decade ago when new housing was zoned for development, yet those promises have not been delivered. The proposed Saintfield Road Relief Road connecting the A55 at Beaver to Cairns Hill remains a concept with no planning work undertaken. This situation is not unique to Castlereagh South. It reflects a wider pattern from Kilkeel through to Saintfield, where development has outpaced infrastructure and the strain is visible on roads, schools and essential services. Every morning, traffic from expanding communities feeds into the Saintfield Road, choking local routes and adding to the frustration of local residents. Without proper forward planning and targeted investment, this pattern will continue, and South Belfast will remain an area carrying the burden of growth without any of the benefits. If we're serious about connectivity, we need to have better public transport, and that's been touched on by colleagues as well, in terms of enhanced bus services across the DEA, and particularly extending further into Carryduff to give commuters real alternatives to the car. Public transport is a key part of the solution, not only for congestion but also sustainability and quality of life. And while the BRT extension to Carryduff has previously been proposed, we must recognise the issues raised by residents around that, and the consultation with the local community would be key to any further proposals in that respect. And I understand even in the Donald where we have, and Matthew's touched on it, we've had the glider in. You know, it's not an answer to all ills as well. There are divided opinions on that at times too. And in line with that, I want to place on record our support for the proposed Carryduff Greenway being taken forward by the Council. It's a worthwhile project that could greatly improve safety and encourage active travel, and I want to call on the Department of Infrastructure to support it fully. I realise I'm coming to the end of my time, Mr. Speaker, so I'm glad being able to contribute, and thanks again to my colleagues for their work.
Just before I call Michelle Guy, Michelle, you're aware of the convention that you're normally supposed to be in for when the beginning of the speech is made, but on this occasion I'm more than delighted to let you speak, but just 5 minutes please, Michelle. Fine.
Thank you so much for your indulgence, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I hadn't intended to speak. I was literally passing the chamber. I lived in and represented Castlereagh South for many years. It's something of a heartland for me and somewhere that I cut my teeth in politics and public representation. I echo everything that my colleagues said about the community, its strengths. It's a wonderful place to raise your kids, but there are challenges, and there's always been challenges, and I'm sure what has been highlighted to here in particular is the need for infrastructure to keep up with development. We've talked about public transport, safety around schools, greenway, pathway, all of those things are absolutely necessary. But the only thing I really want to actually really touch on before I don't keep you very long is I want to pay tribute to the people who took over from me. There are 3 fabulous councillors there representing our party in Castlereagh South. We have Marty McKeever, we have Jamie Harper, and we have Brona McGee. They are dedicated representatives, and I know if anybody wants to know the secret of our success in the area, it's just hard work. And I know those guys are continuing that hard work. So I hope, Minister, that you'll listen to some of the stuff that's been said here today and really listen, because it's a community that deserves the investment that people are asking for. It's a community that, as I'm sure I think I heard Matthew highlight earlier, pays its rates, contributes into Lisburn and Castlereagh, and they've always felt a little bit on the edge of everything. They deserve to be supported, and I thank everybody here today who has spoke up for the community, and I hope, Minister, that you can give them some good news. Thank you.
And I call on the Minister, and Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
And just to thank Kate Nicholl for bringing forward this debate, and it's great to have you back in the chamber, and I hope all your babies are doing well after your short maternity leave. And just to thank all the members who have contributed, because it's very evident just the passion and the heart that people have in terms of this area, and I am familiar with it myself. So I previously had worked in Knockbrack and Healthcare Park when I was starting out as a social worker, so it is an area that I do have some familiarity with, albeit a number of years back. But I do welcome the chance to address you all in terms of this issue and an improving infrastructure in Castlereagh South. As many of you said, it plays a very vital role in that wider Belfast metropolitan area, and whose infrastructure needs reflect both urban and rural challenges in terms of its location in terms of Belfast and where it comes into play with other areas. Castlereagh South encompasses a very diverse and growing community, as all of the members here, I think, have strongly highlighted, including the areas such as Carryduff, Knockbrack, Newtonbreda and Four Winds. It's served by the key strategic routes, which include the A24 and the A7. Those are essential for connectivity, for commerce and for daily life, and I recognise just how busy all of those routes are and the impact then that can have as well on the local community. And as Minister, I am committed to ensuring that the people of Castlereagh South benefit from a safe, a sustainable and a very well maintained infrastructure. The significant funding challenges that my department face are well rehearsed at this stage, and I know members will be overly familiar with that, as am I. We know of the budget around structure maintenance, which I think is a third of what's needed to do what we need to do for this year at 68 million. Which includes resurfacing, surface dressing, drainage and verge stabilisation. Some of the schemes that have recently been completed in Castlereagh South include Burdysburn Bird Road, Ballinagarick Road and Mealock Road, which have been mentioned this evening. And we are targeting investment in rural roads and prioritising those high-risk defects to predominantly protect public safety. But I do recognise the frustration that's caused by potholes, something that we're all too familiar with, and deteriorating road surfaces. And I am committed to finding ways to ensure that we can improve our road network as much as possible. Looking ahead, my department's preparing the Eastern Transport Plan, which will cover the 5 council areas, which includes Lisburn and Castlereagh. And this plan aims to rebalance the transport network in favour of more sustainable modes of walking, cycling and public transport. Public engagement on the Belfast City Centre and the metropolitan area proposals are expected early next year, and Castlereagh South, as I've mentioned, falls within this metropolitan area. And I would encourage all members and their constituents to participate in that process to shape the future of transport in their community, because I think even from the discussion and the debate here tonight, it's very obvious that people want to have their say and they have good ideas and good suggestions about what will meet their needs in the community. Many of the members here tonight have mentioned active travel, and active travel, as you know, is a central part of our infrastructure vision. Officials are currently reviewing the submissions received during the public consultation earlier this year for the active travel delivery plan, and I hope to be able to be in a position to publish the final plan in the coming months by the end of this year. In Castlereagh South, we recently completed the active travel scheme, as has been referenced, on Alderwood Hill to improve access to St Edith's Primary School, which is to try and encourage more people to walk, wheel and cycle to school safer, easier, and to make it more appealing. The scheme itself includes the installation of pencil bollards to prevent parking on footways, which we know is a huge issue right across the whole of the north, and that will help to create safer walking corridors for pupils. We've also saw the introduction of a zebra crossing to enhance safe access into the school, and the provision of an additional lay-by to support traffic progression. This scheme has been designed to integrate with the proposed Lisburn and Castlereagh City Council scheme, which will deliver a remote footway between the Carnes Hill Park and Ride and Alderwood Hill, and it will provide a safe and attractive park and ride facility for parents, encouraging families to park away from the school gates and walk the short distance together. And I was in St Mary's in Greenlock just 2 weeks ago, and they have a really good example of how they encourage their pupils and their families to do that, park a little bit away. This is in Glengormley St Mary's in Glengormley, not Greenlock. That was last week. But I mean, it's similar to what we're trying to achieve in Castlereagh South and in relation to St Edith's, to try and make it easier for people to do that. And some of the young people there really were so refreshing in terms of how they are aware of the importance of doing that every day. And also from the school's perspective, we heard from the principal, the staff, to say that children come in much more settled, much more ready for the school day, because they have had that wee bit of physical activity before they come into the classroom, and the benefits are tenfold. In relation to this, the carried off greenway, which I know members have strongly emphasised, officials work very closely with officials in Lisburn and Castlereagh City Council, and we have provided grant funding for the feasibility and the design of the proposed greenway. And I appreciate progress has been slow, but we're hopeful that the Council's Greenways Investment Framework will help to advance this project. Future funding rounds will be available to support delivery when Council is ready to proceed. So at this point in time, once Council is ready, we are more than willing to work with them to support the progress of the Greenway. A number of members have referenced road safety and local transport road safety measures. As you'll know from the question times and the debates and the discussions we've had, particularly in this chamber and in response to written questions, road safety is a top priority for me. The road safety strategy, which is to 2030 and launched by my predecessor, Minister O'Dowd, sets out those strategic interventions and actions to reduce fatalities and serious injuries, which includes targeted campaigns, engineering improvements and collaboration with partners such as PSNI and emergency services. In Castlereagh South specifically, several local transport and safety measures related to our intelligent transport systems have been and are about to be delivered, including traffic signal upgrades, which have been completed at the Ballynahinch Road, Hillsborough Road, Church Road, Carryduff Junction, the A24 and Knockbracken Road junction, which I know is developer-led, the Upper Galwally Leslie Forestside Shopping Centre junction, and further work is planned to upgrade the junction of the A55 at Upper Galwally and Glencraiga Road. In addition to this, a new CCTV column and associated infrastructure will soon be implemented at the Church Road, Comber Road and Saintfield Road junction in Carryduff. And this will allow the department to monitor live traffic, which is so important in terms of ensuring we can adjust signal timings dynamically. And I'm pleased to advise this will be commencing in the coming days. So I think these measures will help to enhance our ability to respond to congestion and improve journey reliability, which I know is very important for many of your constituents. We continue to assess requests for traffic calming and safe crossings based on collision history and prioritisation criteria. And whilst funding constraints do limit the number of schemes we can deliver, we want to ensure that we continue to work to improve safety at those areas of the greatest need. And I've asked officials to prepare a paper, as members will be aware, on permanent 20-mile-per-hour speed limits in more urban areas, particularly near schools and residential areas, and also looking at national speed limits on rural roads. In relation to planning, and there's a lot of this, I suppose, is for council, but I do recognise the significant residential growth in Castlereagh South that are either under construction or are going through planning process. I mean, as a statutory consultee, my department assesses each application to ensure that road safety and traffic progression are considered with each of those new developments. And some of those upgrades that I've mentioned there in terms of junctions and things are examples of how we can advise and respond appropriately to ensure that that is taken into account through the development. We work closely with developers to agree the appropriate road infrastructure improvements to minimise that impact of new developments and greater and improving road safety for all road users, not just motorists but also pedestrians and cyclists. And as I said, work has recently been substantially completed to the A24 Saintfield Road and Knockbracken Road junction associated with the Mealock development, which is approximately 350 dwellings. And we're also working with 2 other developers to deliver further improvements on the Saintfield Road. In addition, substantial improvements to Ballymaconaghy Road are currently underway, and a redesign of the Four Winds roundabout is associated with new developments delivering a further 300 dwellings to follow. Going to public transport and rapid transit in terms of the glider, and I know this is something that all members have been consistently lobbying for, particularly given the significant housing developments in the DEA. Public transport continues to be absolutely essential for reducing congestion and promoting sustainability. As you'll be aware, TransLink currently operates 3 bus services, and just finish this bit with your indulgence, between Belfast and Carryduff with a combined peak frequency of 10 to 15 minutes and annual passenger journeys exceeding almost 460,000. So the late night services that we've recently announced will help to address that with more services going out that direction. As well as that, the glider project is moving well, and I am pleased that I know that we're disappointed with the announcement back in February. However, I did say that I am fully committed to seeing the full project delivered, and that remains the same. So as we fully realise that project and the delivery of it, we are keeping that under review until such times the funding comes available. And I suppose just in terms of the operational piece around public transport and some of the concerns, they are operational for TransLink. However, happy for those to be if there's any specifics to write in. But apologies I didn't get to answer all the questions. Time has beat me, but thank you to everyone for the debate.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that completes the adjournment debate. The Assembly is adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.